Okay, just like that, we're going to start our day today just like we ended it yesterday with Jerome Stone's Mopar. Jerome behind the car, got Racer X at the controls. I believe he went 990 last night, and going to try to take advantage of beginning of day conditions here to see if they can improve. $997 at 135. Hey, just a reminder to you, there's a cone line over here just to the east of the tower, and that's there for a reason, mainly your protection. Please stay on this side of the cone line, no matter what it is. Even walking around, you don't need to be over there. No motorized vehicle traffic for sure, as the cleanup's been ongoing from the Christmas lights presentation out here, and pretty good chance you could pick up something in a tire, cut down a tire, or in your foot, or whatever it might be. So stay on this side of the cone line. This side of the cone line. Ron Silva's machine heads down track right now. 957 at 142 miles per hour. All right. Hey, I didn't leave. I'm still here. Some people will be happy about that, some won't. Andrew McPherson and Doug Redicop, Floridians, left and right, heading down track. McPherson, 968 at 140. Doug Redicop trying to get to a 9-second time ticket. He's 10:03 at 136. So Tim Godby and I were talking about everything that happened yesterday and what's going to happen today. So first of all, congratulations to Chris Thomas. Yesterday, he set the bolt-on Hellcat record, 8:51, a new record for Chris Thomas. Congratulations. We also have personal bests recorded by Scott Williams yesterday with his 969 at 138. Mike Mulder, an 885, his personal best. And Bo Huddleston picks up his personal best time ticket of 9:41. Congratulations to all of them yesterday. And guess what? The wind is much better today. So optimum conditions to maybe improve on those record-setting numbers. As a matter of fact, the DA right now is minus 1,011 feet. Pretty much mine shaft conditions to start out the day. Christopher Thomas, 1181 at 74 off the throttle there, not the run that he was looking for. Marge Heidings, 985 at 137. Again, a reminder, we need you to stay on this side of the cone line. Stay to the west of the cone line. As we don't want anybody getting over there, getting into some sort of fastener or something as the cleanup continues from the Christmas lights program. So for your safety and safety of everybody else, we want to keep you on this side of the cone line and stay out of any loose debris on the ground. Jody Jarvis hangs out in front there, 892 at 150. Right side car M51. And if you're taking notes, SE, M51 still not in the computer. 1023 at 131 miles an hour. Big thank you to A1 Collision Super Center and Bailey's High Performance, the lane sponsors on the mobile device app. Your time ticket's coming through on your iPhone or your Android device. If you've not got it yet, you're a little bit behind the times. Go to the Google Play Store or to the App Store and do a search for Legion Racing and download the mobile device app to get your time slips. Here's BX13 and 3591 pulling up now. And you hear the Hemi hauling down the track. 911 at 150, right side for car 3591. Left side, car BX13 with a 1033, 132 miles per hour. Hey, we just saw these two a minute ago. Andrew McPherson and Doug Redicop. McPherson left out of Pompano Beach. Doug Redicop, Esterno. Florida left, Florida right. Redicop off the line first, and we'll get to the finish line first. No, I'm wrong. Andrew McPherson down at the top end drove around him 970 at 140. Right side, Redicop with a 991 at 137 miles per hour. Car 0500 over on the left-hand side, alongside Bob Glaspie's. Tehachapi, California-based Red Eye. Also, a huge thank you to TG Motorsports for their sponsorship of Legion Racing and the fastest Mopars on earth. Bob Glaspie, 998 at 136. He is in the nines this morning. Left side, 1148 at 117 miles per hour. So what's your favorite variation of red? Bright red, dark red. Ron Silva, left side, the bright red machine. Kingman, Arizona, the home. Marge Heidings, the darker red machine on the right. Also out of the Sunshine State, 983 at 138 miles an hour for Marge. Ron Silva, 972 at 142. Again, these are open time runs up until our lunch break a little bit later. After lunch, we will have 2 qualifying sessions for our elimination races tomorrow. And here's what we've got on tap. We will have the Legion of Demons Unlimited Heads Up Pro Tree class, the Simon Fast Hemi Memorial 850 Index category, the Sipple Speed and Performance 9.0 Index, and then a bracket category presented by Jarvis Tire Pros for cars 950 and slower. That'll be happening this afternoon, qualifying, 2 qualifying sessions. Eliminations will happen on Sunday. Qualifying right after lunch. quick dress of the starting line there by Austin Hayward and the entire Houston Raceway Park crew, as we will keep the starting area groomed. Putting down a little traction compound right now on the left-hand side. And Austin will mosey over to the right and do the same thing, so each lane is treated and balanced. As soon as everything is to his satisfaction, he'll give the thumbs up, and then we will be ready to put cars in the water box. So Jerome Stone, I think Jerome's actually in the car this time because I don't see him out on the starting line. 10 flat, 10.00 at 135 miles an hour. Right side, 10.25 at 133. Two more cars not on file up here, but they've been running with us all weekend long. The short bed Ram pickup, left side. Right side. The Demon out of Ohio, car 3591. So the truck does a little bit better job getting off the starting line this morning. That's encouraging. Left side, right side, the Demon 912 at 147. Left side, the pickup truck 991 at 137 miles per hour. Tally Garibay, Ron Silva. Tally out front at the finish line, 9:53 at 142. Ron Silva, 10:01 at 138. Car 0500 over on the left-hand side. right side, Chris Yelanowick. The challenger out of Texas. $10.98 at 123. Right side for Chris. Left side 1150 flat at 116. Tom Hall Superstock hustles down the right-hand side, goes 883 at 154 miles an hour. Large Hidings 984 at 138. Jerome Stone hustles back up here, and Doug Ritter alongside. Jerome 10.000 at 135. Oh, so close to a 9-second pass. 10 flat with a 0. Doug Ritter, 976 at 139. Tally Garibay, again, left side, right side car M51. Tally 965 at 141. Right side car M51 with a 1025 at 131. For Ron Silva, 946 at 142. Larry Rose, 922 at 147 miles per hour. Here's car 1633 and car 2525. .2525 has been Blaylock. So Ben does not get the launch that he's looking for. He leaves it on down there. In the meantime, left side, car 1633 with a 989 at 138 miles per hour. All right, can Jerome put it in the nines? He went 10 flat with a 0 last time. Marge Heiding's alongside. Oh, so close. 10:01 at 135. He's right there on the edge of that 9-second barrier. 10:01 this time around. Marge goes 985 at 138 miles per hour. Single coming up here for Trip Carter. Trip with a 988 at 141 miles per hour. Ben Blaylock returns alongside Doug Ritter. Ritter out of DeWitt, Michigan. And if I recall correctly from a conversation I had yesterday, Ritter's car is the former Walter Warner car. 976 at 140 miles an hour. Left side, Blaylock sits stranded over here behind the starting line on the right. And he is backing up right now. Not sure if he has a problem with the vehicle, but something not to his liking, and he will back out and clear the area. There's Marge Hidings. Might have heard that name. Marge certainly gets her money's worth when she comes to one of these events. In the meantime, right side, you see the car slowing at the finish line. They were pretty close at the 8th mile. Marge was 6:30 and the other car was 6:41 at the 8th mile. But at the top end of the track, car 1633, hard on the binders down there. 1380 at 37. Marge Hidings 986 at 138 miles per hour. Ben Blaylock must have figured out what was going on. As he is now pulling back into the water box on the right side. The Warlock machine out of Texas. So Ben's run looked good for about 40 feet and then went a little bit sideways. So he idles on down through there. 1746 at 60 miles an hour. So we are still 887 feet below sea level. Trip Carter trying to take advantage of the good conditions out there. 985 at 138 miles an hour for Trip. Car 1633 returns, and we'll be making a single pass. (1604) at 26 miles an hour, runs it hard to the 8th mile. 645 at the 8th mile at 90 miles an hour, so that's back-to-back 645s. But then slows at the finish line. And the reason for that, there might have been 2 helmets in the car. Couldn't tell from this vantage point. Christopher Thomas's Flowery Branch, Georgia-based Hellcat. The Plum 92. In fact, the record-setting Plum 92, the new bolt-on Hellcat record holder with an 851 yesterday. Now, to be honest, I don't know what bolt-on Hellcat entails, but whatever it is, he's the best at it. Looking to reset that 851 record. So red lights don't matter, but stepping off the throttle does. Short time was a stellar 128. Wow. 626 to the 8th mile at 86, not under full power. Something tells me it was on a pretty stout run. Eric Taylor now up. He'll get a free look at the right-hand lane here. Eric with a 10:05 at 137 miles per hour. Here's that car 1633 once again. Oh, a little bit quicker yet. 638, 98 miles an hour. It's Trip Carter once again, left side, alongside car 0500 on the right. .1118 left side at 86 miles an hour off the throttle there for Tripp. Right side 1152 at 110. Here's Bo Gentile out of McKinney, Texas. And again, a big thanks to the TG Motorsports team for their sponsorship of Mopar racing here at Houston. Bo at the top end, 946 at 154 miles per hour. Here is the car I've been calling the Bengal Cat, Jessica Sipple. For Sipple Speed and Performance. Jessica out of North Carolina, the Challenger. And looks like maybe there's a couple of drops out there in front of the car. We're going to make sure that car is good and clean before we send it down track. Starting line crew right on top of it, or in front of it, as the case may be. See if we got any kind of drip leak. I think everybody's comfortable with the situation out there, so with that, Jessica will get the signal to put it in the staging beams. Jessica 1102 at 123 miles per hour. Getting plenty of guidance there on the burnout. Basically, I think that hand signal means crank it up. Redicop's Demon out of Esterno, Florida. Nice little front end bounce as they leave the starting line. 10:25 at 132.88 miles per hour. Over here on the right for Doug Redicop's Demon. Car 1633 makes another return appearance, as does Eric Taylor. Left side, 10:04 at 135. Right side, Eric Taylor, 9:95 at 136 miles per hour. And for you folks on the live feed, there is the time slip. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Trip Carter 986 at 138. Jim Schmettinger coming up now out of Slinger, Wisconsin. The Demon over here on the right, modified Demon with the laundry hanging off the back. Schmettinger 860 at 162 miles an hour. Bo Gentile rolls back up, moves over to the right-hand side of the track. The McKinney, Texas-based Red Eye. Bo eases it off the starting line, then smashes the pedal and goes 945 at 157 miles per hour. Here's Eric Taylor. Again, these are open test and tune runs until our lunch break coming up sometime after 1 o'clock today. I believe I heard that pizza was on the menu for lunch today. Eric Taylor with a 995 at 136 miles per hour. The Demon of Doug Reddycop is back in the water box right now. And I kind of have a feeling this is a fairly new driver behind the wheel, is still trying to learn some burnout procedures and such. But the car does run just fine. You need a hand or anything over there? No.
What I need is to line that up correctly.
Well, there is that, yeah.
But honestly, anyone who's in my pocket, if I can earn my body part. I got all kinds of things going on.
And for the Red Demon right side, 10.777 at 133.59 miles per hour. Jessica Sipple returns, moves over to the right side, getting some guidance to get lined up. As Sipple out of Mooresville, North Carolina, lines up alongside Trip Carter. Both of them started life as orange machines. Jessica with her own spin on it. Got it dressed up like the Bengal Tiger. Jessica better on the reaction timer. Top end, Jessica with a 10.17 at 132 miles an hour. Trip Carter, 9.87 at 140. The Ram pick-em-up truck returns. The short bed machine on the left. Had a better run this morning, getting off the starting line. Alongside Demon 3591. So for the truck, how about a 939 at 145 miles an hour? The Hemi pickup over there. Nice clean lap. Right side, not so much. With a 22nd time ticket. Next pair, Andy McPherson on the left, Eric Taylor on the right. If yellow is your color, here you go, ×2. Tally Garibay and Trip Carter. Tally Garibay 952 at 142. Trip Carter 992 at 138.
That was another one.
James Hart left side. Car BX13 not on file here. 1036 for BX13 at 131. James Hart 1028 at 132 miles per hour. Looky there. Look at my... Just gotta get used to it. All good. Mike Mulder and Doug Rennicop. Mulder 883 at 153 miles an hour. Rennicop 993 at 137. Chris Ulanowicz, Savannah, Texas, the Challenger, alongside car 3591. Right side, 915 at 150 miles an hour. Left side, Chris Ulanowicz with a 1104 at 123. Andrew McPherson, left. Paul Rutkowski, right. McPherson 995 at 138. Rutkowski, I believe that's his first pass of the day. Just getting warmed up, 1668 at 64. Christopher Thomas and Eric Taylor. Thomas in the plum-colored Mopar. Taylor, the yellow Demon. Troubles there for Thomas getting off the starting line. Taylor will drive it on through to a 996 at 136. Thomas 1604, speed of 61. Left side for Mike Mahoney. 139 miles an hour for the speed. On the right side, car 0500. 1310 at 79. Doug Ritter, Tally Garibay. Top end, Ritter, 976 at 140. Right side, Tally, 959 at 141. James Holt with a 1027 at 130. Ken Bradshaw, left side, 1042 at 131. Warkowski backs up, tries another burnout over here on the right-hand side. The American Horsepower Silver Hellcat. He lines up next to Trip Carter. Top end 989 at 139 for Trip Carter. Paul Rutkowski 913 at 150. Here's Tally Garibay hot lapping it right back up here, as does Eric Taylor. Tally on the left, 956 at 142. Eric on the right, 994 at 136 miles per hour. Christopher Thomas still looking for performance like he had yesterday. Christopher Thomas, 887 at 154 miles per hour. Mahoney's last run goes 983 at 139. Doug Ritter, 973 at 140. So it looks like we may be a minute or two away for some track prep here.
She's got way more than that.
All right, we're back at it. Zung Ho in the water box right now. The multi-power adder machine. From Dayton, Texas. ZH Tunes. The Charger. Yeah, it's got a Whipple. Yeah, it's got a Hemi. Yeah, it's got nitrous. And oh yeah, it's fast. Looks pretty stout. About a 770 at 182 miles an hour. 770 at 182 for Zung Ho. Wow. Bailey coming up now, Demons a pair. Left side, the record holding Demon of Chris Bailey out of Fort Worth. The Bailey's Hyper Performance Demon. Backs up from the burnout, left side of the track, right side, Trip Carter from Rossville, Tennessee. Top end of the track, Bailey with an 843 at 165 miles per hour. Trip Carter, 988 at 138. Bo Huddleston and Mike Mahoney will line up now. The Huddleston Performance Machine out of Tennessee over there on the left. Mike Mahoney from Louisville, Texas. That is the White Demon on the right. Finish line says Bo Huddleston with a 944 at 144. And Mike Mahoney, 987 at 138. For Sipple, Speed and Performance out of North Carolina, left side of the track, that's John Sipple. He'll back up his modified Mopar over there on the left, right side. This is Bob Glaspie from Tehachapi, California, the Red Eye. Sipple gets there first, left side with an 894 at 155 miles an hour. Bobby Glassman 1081, speed of 135. Matthews left side, 11:53 at 116. Right side, Chris Shawver, the 870 at 159 miles per hour. Car 7041, not in the computer. Right side, Tom Hull out of Ferndale, California. Left side is a Red Eye. Right side, a Demon, the super stock, I believe, over here on the right. And the super stock moves out to an 880. 880 at 155. Left side, the Red Eye with a 901 at 153. Trip Carter returns to the staging lanes, or returns to the water box, I should say. Alongside another of the Red Eye contingent. Oh, gets a little out of shape there at mid-track. See the tires kick loose, a little tire smoke there. Over on the right-hand side, left side, goes on through to a 986 at 140 miles an hour. Right side, had to do a little driving down there. Finishes out with a 1623 at 50. And in the interest of caution here, we'll pop down there and make sure that everything is A-OK. At mid-track, Austin Hayward down there looking things over. And the hand signal to the water box tells them, go ahead and turn tires. We're ready to go. with Carolina Garibay on the left out of Laredo, Texas, the Durango. And right side, how about the Magnum of Max Nickel out of Malibu, California is what the computer says. Yeah, got the classic California tags on the back. So for the Magnum, a little off and on throttle action there through the finish line, 974 at 161 miles an hour. Carolina's Dodge Durango 1077 at 127. Again, these are open test and tune runs until we take our lunch break sometime after 1 o'clock. I'll give you more details as I have them. Randy and Nicole Reynoso. And it looks like Nicole is being told to back out. Not sure what's going on there, and Randy as well. We went out there and took a look at the racing surface, didn't like something. And it looks like our staff is heading to the tractor, so got just a little bit of touch-up work to do out there before we go back to racing, before we send Nicole down that right-hand lane. Nicole Reynoso, 879 at 166 miles per hour. Randy Alicon takes the slow roll over on the left side. Andrew McPherson and James Olson coming up now. Olson's Utah-based 392 Charger on the right. McPherson's Demon from Florida on the left. McPherson 975 at 139 miles an hour. James Olson 1011, speed of 143. Two more of our friendly not on files. 214. That is the silver gray machine over on the left. Right side, the lone racer, Clayton Schmeiser. Clayton drives it out the back door to an 875 at 139 miles an hour. Left side. Picking up a little speed getting down there. 1847 at 104. Jim Schmittinger and Mike Mahoney wait in the water box. Schmittinger on the left. Mahoney on the right, a pair of Demons. Schmittinger out of Wisconsin. Mahoney from right here in Texas. Left side 863 at 163. Right side 993 at 138. So the factory showdown car over here on the right of Dennis Chasen stops at about the 60-foot mark. He'll back up. Right side, Larry Rose, 988, 146. So Chasen, the car crazy Canuck.
Do another burnout, wouldn't you?
Whew, baby. 766 at 179. That'll work. 766 at 179 for the Flex Jets. Factory stock machine out of Canada. Car 3341 over on the left. Car 650 on the right. We know who the guy is on the right. That's Eric Taylor. So a little trouble there on the last pass, but we got that straightened out. Now we'll bring you Bob Glaspie on the left, the California runner. And on the right, Tim Mikolajczyk, Elizabeth City, North Carolina. First time I recall that Tim has made a pass today. Certainly last night he was hot like his machine. Having a little trouble getting the burnout completed there. But most likely, as long as the tires are clean, he'll be all right. But for good measure, he's going to back up and try it again. We've got just about an hour left here in this open test and tune session. Bob Glaspie, 10:14 at 134. Tim Mikolajczyk, 10:05 at 138.
Timmy got his tires.
Rick Spillman, 10:78 at 111. Not the run that he was looking for. Andrew McPherson, 9:77, 139. Mike Mahoney, Ron Silva. Silva will stop and back up. Mahoney will drive it out to the top end. Mahoney, 981 at 139. Ron Silva did not like the launch, stopped. He's backing up. We'll reset him here. Check. Testing out a second microphone here, so in a little bit we're going to have some commentary coming up from Tim Godby. He'll be joining me here in the booth a little bit later this morning, or earlier this afternoon, I guess it is. Looking forward to that. In the meantime, Ron Silva, 948 at 141, miles per hour. And speaking of the man, there he is. He'll be joining us here in just a minute. From the "You Think You Had a Bad Day" file, here's Todd Buckman. Todd had a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day yesterday. 993 at 144 for Todd. If you were not here yesterday at the finish line, Todd's other car tore up a drive shaft, which completely split the transmission case in half, which was a violent enough move to set off all the airbags. So, all in all, that sucked. He'll like that better with that 993 at 144. Here's Tim Mikolajczyk coming back up alongside Eric Taylor. Mikolajczyk with a 996. Tim gets into the nines, 996 at 137. Eric Taylor, 992 at 136. Andrew McPherson, Paul Rutkowski. McPherson, 976 at 139. Rutkowski, 911 at 150. Here's Marge Heidings for a solo run here in the right-hand lane. Todd Bruckman, 10-11 at 144, back-to-back 10-11s. Tim Mikulajczyk and Eric Taylor return here, swapping lanes, I think. Pretty sure they were in opposite lanes on that last pass. Tim, 996 at 139. Eric Taylor, 992 at 136. Doug Reddickop, 1195 at 83, off the throttle at the finish line. Marge Heidings comes back. I need to get ready for putting these sponsors in. I don't have them up here at the moment.
Okay. Well, once you get them in, let me know, because I've got my other files here.
Okay.
Look at that off.
Off of video. You mean just the logo on the screen?
Yeah. About racing.
Got it.
If that's okay.
Yeah. Marge Heidings, 986 at 138 miles per hour.
Are they done?
Rita has to tell you about Monday.
No, yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. Mario? Sam Mario?
Bob burns the tires all the way down the track.
So Summit Goyle, that's not the way that's supposed to happen. So sacrifices some drivetrain parts there to the aluminum gods. So we're going to be down just a minute as we got some cleanup we got to do there on the starting line. As you can see, the Houston Raceway team hustling to get that under control before we lose the starting line. In the meantime, Bob Davis, 1571 at 87. We will be down for a few minutes. Hello? Hello. All right. Guess who's here in the tower with me? This is Tim Godby, the godfather of the of this series, fastest Mopars on earth, Legion of Demons, Legion of Mopars. It's kind of transformed over the years. How's that happen?
Let more people in. It's grown pretty good. I like the way that it's grown. We were a small band to begin with, but as we grew, the need for our stock cars, the owners were wanting to go faster. So we ended up starting to modify a lot. And once that happened, then it was, well, we just need to let in all the modifieds and everybody else that wants to come and visit us. So that's how it's turned out like it is. This is the 5th year now, which is awesome.
5th year, and the 5th year at this location as well, is that right?
That is correct. 5th year for this event at this location, yes. We've had other events, but this is like our, if you will, our Daytona of NASCAR, so to speak. But this is our home field family reunion.
So for a lot of folks that are here, they know why we're here, but for the rest of the world, why January in Houston?
Well, a lot of the cars, especially stock cars, when you take them out and you run them, the normal season for racing is during the hottest of all days, but seasons. And these cars run really good in cold air. So we got together and pulled out the old Farmer's Almanac and found the best weekend we could at one of the best tracks we could, and that's why we ended up going to January. No one else had even thought to come race in January. I mean, it's off season for the rest of drag racing, but we were looking for the best air. We took a chance because every year there's always a little rain or a little weather we have to deal with, but we got really good DA, which is what these cars need.
So when you're talking about DA, explain what that means.
Density altitude. The cars, they're blower cars, so whenever you have something at sea level, is 0. So in standard conditions, it's 0. The colder the air, the higher the pressure, the lower or more below sea level the air quality is. They call it mine shaft air. Some people just joke around and say mine shaft air or whatever. But this track gives us negative 1,500 almost every year.
Well, I know we were negative 1,000 earlier this morning.
Yep.
And conditions are pretty right out there. You couldn't ask for a better day.
No. The temperature's just right. The track's just right. We're still in negative DA. The cars are running really good numbers. We've had quite a few personal bests. We're holding a couple of records right now. The drivers are making some adjustments, and they're going to try to break those records later this evening. For everybody that's doing live feed, they'll be able to watch that.
So, are people kind of open about the records that they set and such, or is it a secretive thing? You know, like the no prep, no time guys. They don't want any times on the scoreboards. Is everybody cool with this?
Heck no, this crowd, we all love to, like, hey, you know, I got the record. There's a good joke going around. It's like, I've got the record for the stock car with the original placemat or original mirrors, the original handles. I'm at the stock weight. There's lots of them, but we enjoy doing that. We enjoy setting our own little benchmarks to talk crap about, you know, and be able to say, well, I got one up on you, you know, and it's all really, really good fun. And if I get out there and do something and somebody else comes along and they think that they can get it, I'm down there with them, or the rest of every one of these guys are down there with us, and we're all trying to get just a little bit faster.
Yeah, that's one thing I've noticed about this group. You know, I do a lot of different drag racing series and different venues and such. The one thing I know about this group is they're pretty tight-knit. Everybody seems to want to help everybody else and get to a better level.
Absolutely. You could see probably, let's see, I think there's 6 or 7 different tuner shops. There's even more actual physical demolition shops or builders type shops that are involved with this. We went from a Demon Car Club to a Mopar Car Club combination, and what that's done is it's involved a lot more people who enjoy this type of event. There's a lot of competitions that run, and they're great, and that's what you want to do. That's good. And most of these people all are involved with other competition stuff, but they like this because, well, we just there's no pressure. Everybody's helping. It's all about meeting goals, and it's all incremental. It really is. It's just a little bit here, a little bit there. But I can sit here and say, Warren, I got you. It's your turn. I'm waiting on you. You know.
Yes, I do know, and I just enjoy the feel of this event. I make sure I get it on my calendar every year, and this is the 5th year here, but as we know, this facility, we've only got a few more months left before they close the gates for one last time, and
That is correct.
not to give away anything, but
Yeah.
where do you see it going from here? What's your vision going into 24?
We like to keep it centrally located so that we get the West Coast and the East Coast coming together. The tracks are really disappearing. We're losing tracks, so it's making it more difficult to find a facility that can handle the family reunion convention style that we got with this. However, there are some out there, and we are talking with them for next year. We'll be getting more involved with that after this event.
So you heard it here first. There will be an event in 24.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
We will have an event in 24. Absolutely.
Well, I kind of figured that was the case, but I just wanted to hear you say it out loud over the live feed that millions of people are watching.
Yeah, you got to catch me in that, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can't get out of it now. Not that you were trying to. I didn't mean it that way. So this is a club event, a private event.
That's correct.
How many people are part of the overall club?
Of the club, we're 300 to 400 total over the 5 years. It's very small. However, you know, it has an ebb and a flow to it, right? So there's people that come in and sell their cars, and then they go out, and then they buy another one, they come in. So it's constant moving. But I would say probably like 350 good, solid members that stay with it, you know.
And how do they communicate with each other? website,
Oh, yeah,
Facebook page? How do you do that?
We got legionofdemonsracing.com. We've got racetodemon.com is where you can order all of our stuff. Right now, for this event, we started the fastest Mopars on Earth.com, and it seems like it's the easiest one for everyone to remember, right?
Well, it's pretty distinctive, yes.
It's very
Fast.
distinctive. So I've had like 5 requests for like, hey, let's keep that one. And I'm like, okay, well, we'll do that. We'll just sort of keep the Legion of Mopar, Legion of Demons. They'll be the individual club sites, but then the catch-all will be the fastest Mopars on Earth.com. As we see one of the fastest Mopars on Earth rolling up to the line.
Yeah, that's right. This is Sammy Beagles, I believe, in his drag pack over there, the Super Stock. Did not make a pass yesterday, did he?
Yes, the tire spun, but one of the things about it, the drag pack that he has there is that that's in all original form from the factory drag pack. It's not been modified in any way, shape, or form other than tune.
Okay.
And as of yesterday, he still had the original tires on it, so he wasn't sticking a new set of rears.
So like with the drag pack and the Super Stock that are, they're factory built, but they're intended for the drag strip.
That's correct.
You get one, you put it in your trailer. You still got a lot to do with it. Is that right?
Yeah, you can't just park it in the garage. Not a drag pack. A Demon, a Super Stock. Yeah, you can park those at the house. You'll deal with a little vibration from your tires sitting on, a flat spot. But a drag pack, you can't let it sit. You got to take care of it. You got to maintain it pretty good. Here we go. Let's watch this. And he blew the tires off again.
Yeah, he sure did. Now, did he change the tires yesterday? Is that what you believe happened?
Yeah, they were looking for a new set of tires, and the drag packs, they got a fully adjustable suspension system on it, so they're also trying to adjust the suspension to these track conditions and what we got here right now. So probably, and that's new tires, they probably had the suspension set for the old set of tires, and they probably have to take care of that next round.
I think every pass down the track is a learning experience for you guys, is it not?
No, Sam.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yep.
You're going to need that later.
And
So we'll just liken this to the old Pro Stock days with the dry hops. How's that?
that's what
We're doing right now. We're just doing some dry hops.
He was checking out, making sure you had a good stick. And his spotter is Mark Heidings, who also has a drag pack. He's a pretty good tuner on the Holly system with the drag packs. He's from Florida.
So for the novice guy like me, is that the next step? You get a Demon and then you go to a Super Stock and then to
It's a little the other way around. All right, so you have a Hellcat and then you go to a Red Eye and then you have the Super Stock and then you have the Demon.
Okay.
And then you don't get enough adrenaline and all that, so you have to go to the drag pack.
See, I would have been out of money when they handed me the brochure. I couldn't have got much further than that.
There, look at this.
That's what he's looking for. Look at that pass right there.
Let's see what he's got on that one.
He steps on 813 at 149 out of the throttle at the finish line. You heard the motor go silent down there about 1,000 feet down. So, but still, man, that's a pretty good run for Sammy.
Yeah, when last year when he got it out here for the first time, it didn't have any runs on it. He did a couple of shakedowns, and he was able to put down the fastest stock drag pack as built by Dodge at 798 or 795, I believe, one of the two, which was really amazing. It's on a live feed from last year, as a matter of fact.
Well, that's one thing to be proud of with this whole organization is the number of, like you said, records and personal bests that have been happening out here, and that continues even this weekend. I think you gave me a list of about 5 names of people that either set records for their category or their own personal best yesterday, and we haven't even really figured out today if we've added to that.
That was just getting the everybody into the track and getting the track into us, and you know, getting the cobwebs out and everything else was yesterday. And today they're getting a little bit better track results as they're scraping right now, which is the build-up. You know, that it's just part of the maintenance of a track, and right now, the more rubber we get down, the better it's going to be.
Well, and again, this scrape was because we lost some drivetrain stuff there, so we're cleaning up after that. But yeah, a lot of credit goes to Austin Hayward and Houston Raceway Park and their crew, because they stay on top of making sure they give you a great racing surface.
They do. It may not seem like it sometimes when we fussing at them and saying, I need, but they've been able to accommodate us almost every single time. It really is a shame that the track is going away. It's just horrible.
Well, tracks in general, and this one in particular, it is a shame that it's going. This is one of the nicer facilities on the circuit, particularly with the racing surface, and you've got Austin out there who, you know, Austin really grew into his own here as general manager of this facility, and now he's a part of the NHRA team.
That's correct.
And travels to all the Camping World Series events all over the United States. That's something that I kind of wanted to segue into. People that started out with your car club a few years ago have really made some strides into bigger and better things. I mean, think of our friend Dave Davies and what's going on with factory stock.
That's right. Now he's the sponsor, or his group is the sponsor, his people, and it really is amazing how we go from, you know, those little tracks running our stock demons and getting to know each other and laughing and carrying on, and then, you know, a few short 3 years later, you know, they're running NHRA factory stock, and I mean, I'm like, hey guys, you know, it's great.
Well, we had the privilege of watching the factory showdown car earlier today. Dennis chasing out of Canada with his car, laying down a 750 lap.
Yep.
Not sure if it's NHRA legal, but that's a tremendous number for that race car.
Yeah, they're testing, and after he's done here, it'll go back and they'll take care of it and make it a better deal. It's, you know, I really respect Dennis and the way that he's gone from where he is to where he's at now, and David and at NMCA you're going to see Catherine Kasiba and Ray Nash and just a lot of our Demon Club members that got the drag packs, and just they're doing great things, and it's great to see.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's cool to have those folks as part of your little traveling group here, and we've all built some relationships that are just kind of amazing. Even when I see those folks out in the real world, you know, to have relationships with them, just my little part up here behind the microphone. But I got to see David, and I got to see Catherine and Brad up at PRI earlier this year. And
Yep.
of course, they're looking for parts, and
And everybody's looking for parts.
yep, and they were sure admiring that new Factory X machine, Jeff Turk's
Yep.
Blackbird X, and so
I'm glad they're bringing that back. That's good old school stuff there. I really like that.
yeah, I think it is cool to bring in a new category like that, which it's not the factory stock showdown. These cars are going to be quote unquote real race cars with, you know, tube chassis and all that. They do have to have steel roof, doors, quarters.
Right.
They can have a carbon doghouse.
Right.
But everything else, I mean, they've got some constraints there to make sure that it's,
Manual.
and it's got to be manual.
Yep.
That's right. But you know, you're looking at 6-second cars, 210, 215,
Yep.
and they're going to put the fun back in it, I think.
That's it. I tell you, there's a what's the group that was at Kentucky that time that we were there, and there was little Ford Mustangs, and they'd rev the motor about 10 grand and then pop the clutch. And what was that group?
I'm trying to remember. I remember them, but yeah.
Oh my goodness! And all you saw is a car in the air and sparks just flying out from the clutches as they were riding the wheelies by. That's fun to watch.
Well, I mean, as racers, you want to be behind the wheel, but anytime you put any of this equipment out on the racetrack, you want to be entertained. If you're buying a ticket over there, you want to be entertained. So there's some groups out there doing that. You know, I'm fortunate to be part of Funny Car Chaos, and then you got the Southeast Gassers out there, and there's a lot of little organizations out there that can really put on a good show.
Oh, that's all they. I'm so glad that there's those venues out there that they can use and operate. I just hope that we can find one that suits our needs for next year, that is centrally located and has the prep that we got here. You know, these are 4,500, 4,700 pound Challengers and Chargers that are walking, you know, 60, 80, 100 feet out, you know, and doing their 60 foot on their rear tires, etc. You know, you can keep on going with all the things, and they have some spectacular photos from these cars. I just hope that there's more of them out there. I've heard of somebody building one close, and I want to see if that happens. I think it's happening, but I got to get more information. So I'll leave that alone right now.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of equipment out there. There seems to be kind of a revival of people investing in the sport now, and it's great to see these classes becoming healthier. As we talked about, racetracks disappearing, that's unfortunate, but when we do have an open racetrack, we need to do everything we can to support it.
That's correct. Like, just say for instance, this track alone, our event is this weekend, 3 days. You would like to see a track that wherever they are, be able to have an event every single weekend so that that will support them. And it really, I know that my dad's generation, everybody was on the streets a lot, you know, and it unfortunately is returning to that, which is, you know, it has its place in publicity. There's you know, in the world out there, there's a lot of that, but the reality of it all is this is the drag strip, and this is the safest place to do it. You got emergency vehicles, you got everything you need, fire trucks, and it's the proper place to do it. And especially for like in what we were trying to do is we were taking novice drivers, people that had bought a car that went from a regular street car to something that was actually a 9-second car, and putting them into a place. You didn't want to do that on the street. You wanted to be able to teach them in the right way. So it was a learning process for the car, but it was also a learning process for a lot of the owners, because they had been so used to having, say for instance, if it was a regular guy who had a drag car, you know, full slicks, everything, you know, whatever, to get into a Demon and race a Demon or run a Demon, there were a lot of quirky little things that you had to know, or you were going 10 seconds, period. That's it. You wasn't going to go faster than 10 seconds. That's the way that I think, I'm going to be talking for somebody here, I think Dodge set it up that way, so that if they didn't know what they were doing, or if they messed up the system or messed up the sequence, that's it. It would go back to being like a regular street car. So, you know, they sort of protected people in that manner, you know?
Well, you're right in the sense that what you have in a Demon today, which you can go down to your dealership, or you could go down to your dealership and write your check and hand it over to them and get, is far superior technology to even a purpose-built race car not too many years ago.
Exactly. And what did it spur? What happened there? NHRA had to change the rules because literally, even though when Dodge put it out, they said that it was illegal to run it at a track. It really was. I mean, I could go to a track on Friday night or Thursday night or Friday night or whatever, and I had to actually lift at 1,000 feet, and sometimes before I get through the lights, because if I cracked a 10.0, if I was 999, the guy would park me.
Yeah, they have recognized that the safety systems built into these cars is equal to or superior to what a purpose-built race car is doing. So
Right.
You're right. They did modify the rules. I think it's 950 now that does
950 and excuse me, it's 90.
90. That's right.
90 and then 150 miles an hour.
Right.
And I mean, in a way, we were making the argument too that, okay, well, the car's built, and we want to race at the track, but the track was telling us no.
Right.
So that was basically pushing us to the street, right? So and
Which is the exact opposite of what you want
we
what
needed
to have happen.
And so NHRA they corrected it and rightfully so and with good vision. Thank you. That's what we needed, and along come a Tesla. I mean, that's a whole different thing in itself.
Yeah, that's right. It is.
And me personally, I don't want to get in those arguments, but V8s are better. No, but the point is that the cars that are being made today are in the safety equipment and everything else is just something that was not envisioned when the rules of 3-4 years ago. Those rules were set up by NHRA, so I'm glad they made the change.
Yeah, I am too. I think it was the right move, and you're right about anything that's EV right now.
Yeah.
NHRA is going through a learning process, and they've got a lot to figure out with the EV. I mean, again, safety systems that are part of that.
Right.
But you've got a different drive technology, which requires different fire suppression. There's a whole lot of different things they have to think through. And
that kicked a thought in my mind. I almost wanted to interrupt you there, but one of the things is that those vehicles are almost twice the weight of what we have. They're 5,000-6,000 pound cars, so it's not so much that you're talking about going faster with 5,000 or 6,000 pounds. It's that you're stopping. You're stopping a 2,500 or 3,500 truck is what you're stopping when
Right.
you're stopping a Tesla, or just in the ballpark. I'm not getting real specific about it, but so you've got to have a heck of a lot more braking than you have on a Demon.
yes,
Right?
yes, absolutely.
So the Demon's slightly slower, but it's also 2,000 pounds lighter.
Right.
So stopping that thing, again, you're talking about 8-mile tracks, tracks that don't have full run out. And it's just a lot of factors there when running a real heavy vehicle like that. So that's something that they've got to figure out.
Well, it looks like we got a few more minutes of downtime here. I'm going to check in and find out. Yeah, we're just a few minutes away from our lunch break. 1:30 is our scheduled lunch break, which is coming up here in 8 minutes. So we can go ahead and shut off the staging lanes right now, and folks, you can get yourself ready to go to meet at the Tower Club, as lunch will be ready at 1:30. I think it's pizza today, is that right?
Heck yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Pizza and brownies.
They don't care about the pizza. They don't care about the sandwiches. They don't care about anything else. Brownies. I don't know why it is. Cookies? Oh, no. Brownies.
I'm on that list.
We are a fickle bunch.
Hey, Bob Davis comes back up here. Let's watch Bob. Bob Davis, 10:59 at 1:34. Well, while it's quiet, I want to let you know that after lunch, we're going to go into qualifying for tomorrow's race. You'll get 2 qualifying sessions, and to eliminate some confusion, we want to make sure that you just make one qualifying run and go back to wait in your pit area. We're going to run all of Q1 together, and then we'll call everybody back up for qualifier number 2. So what that means is do not come up and make 2 runs back to back. We'll have a Q1 session, we'll stop, we'll have a Q2 session, and then we'll go back into test and tune. What we're running tomorrow. We have 4 categories that we're running tomorrow. The quickest cars will be the Legion of Demons Unlimited Heads Up Pro Tree Race. Run what you brung, hope you brung enough. Then we will have an 850 index race, the Simon Fast Hemi Memorial 850 index race. We will also have a 9 flat 900 index category, presented by Sipple Speed and Performance. And then anything 950 and slower can participate in the bracket race, presented by Jarvis Tire Pros. 950 and slower, you'll dial them in, bracket race. Everything's done on the Pro Tree. The bracket race will be handicap start based on your dial-in. The other categories will be Pro Tree Heads Up, running against either the 90 index, the 850 index, or Unlimited. So that qualifying will happen immediately following lunch. 2 qualifying sessions will complete Q1, then we'll go into Q2, then we'll go back into time runs. All right, we're going to go ahead and close the lanes. We're going to take our lunch break right now. So for everybody, we are going to be down for about an hour before we go into qualifying, as it is lunchtime. Pizza and brownies over at the Tower Club. Go ahead and make your way over there. So I may be corrected on that. I think Chris Bailey may be making one run. We're going to verify that. I see a thumbs up out there, so I think that's what that means. I really think that means the guy's telling me to shut up and let him run the car. Which is all right. It's just like being at home. For Bailey's High Performance, this is Chris Bailey out of Fort Worth, Texas. Bailey's nitrous outlet assisted machine over there on the left side. Moving forward to try to lay down a number. A record-setting machine. The Mopar over there in the left-hand lane. We are staged and gone. Looked pretty good off the starting line. How about an 842? 842? Is that a good number for you? 842 at 165 miles per hour. So with that, that's our final car of the session. Looks like we're going to have a little scraping party out there on the starting line. In the meantime, everybody else can head over to the Tower Club. Join us for lunch. We will be back with you in about an hour. So hang tight, especially you folks on the live feed at home. We'll be back with you in just about an hour, which should be about 2:30 p.m. Lunch completed over there, thanks to SE and Tim and everybody involved in getting lunch put together. Pizza and brownies. Always something to look forward to. We're going to start racing action with qualifying. We will have 2 qualifying sessions today, and here's how it works. There will be a first qualifying session. Everybody that's going to participate tomorrow will make 1 run in their respective category. The 4 categories are the Unlimited category, Heads Up, Pro Tree, Unlimited. The second one is 850 indexed, the Simon Fast Hemi Memorial 850 index category. The 9.0 index, sponsored by Sipple Speed and Performance. And then remaining cars that are 950 and slower, it'll be the bracket race, presented by Jarvis Tire Pros. So there will be a sportsman ladder put together for each of the 4 categories. The Unlimited cars will be ranked. Quickest car will be number 1. For the 850 and 9 flat index, they will be laddered based on closest to the index. So if you go under the index, you'll move to the bottom of the ladder. Closest to 8500 or 9000 will be the number 1 qualifier, and then on down the order. And then anybody that goes under on their 2 qualifying passes will go to the bottom of the ladder. 950 will be based on reaction time. I'm sorry. The 950 and slower bracket class will be based on reaction time. So again, 2 qualifying sessions. You get 1 pass in the first qualifying session, and we're going to have about 45 minutes of open test and tune. Then it'll be Q2, followed by open test and tune for the remainder of the day. Hopefully that makes sense. I tried my best. All right, unlimited. We need you to the lanes, please. This is your first, last, and final and only call. Unlimited, we're going to start with you. We are under the tower right now with unlimited cars. Qualifying coming up for unlimited to start things out. 850 index. If you are not in the lanes, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Simon, Fast, Hemi, Memorial, 850 index. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. You'll be coming out after unlimited. Unlimited is under the tower right now. 2 qualifying sessions. This is the first of 2. Also, please keep in mind, 1 hit at the racetrack in this qualifying session. Then once that session is complete, we're going to run some test and tune, and then we will be back for a second qualifying session later. So once again, racers, we need you to the lanes. Unlimited. Under the tower right now. If you're not there, you're late. Simon Fast, Hemi 850 index to lanes 5 and 6. 90 index, Simple Speed and Performance 90 index to lanes 3 and 4. 950 and slower, bracket cars to lanes 1 and 2. So all 4 categories have been called to the lanes. 850 to lanes 5 and 6, 90 to 3 and 4, bracket cars to lanes 1 and 2. Come on down, we need you now for our first qualifying session. All right, here we go. The unlimited category. We'll start things out. Heads up, Pro Tree, first one to the finish line. Sammy Beagle's left side in his drag pack. Sees green light, heads to the other end. 8:20 at 171 for Sammy Beagles. Right side, Randy Alicon from Laredo, Texas. He bumps it in, and off we go. Smokes the tires right off the hip. So no indication of what that race car can do. Says 51 miles per hour. Final call for 850 index. Final call 850 index to lanes 5 and 6. Final call 850 index to lanes 5 and 6. Clayton Schmeiser coming up now, the lone racer. To the top end, the green machine with an 893 at 127 miles per hour. So he was slowing at the finish line. He was 123 at the 8th mile, 127 at the finish. Dennis Chasen, the car crazy Canuck. NHRA Factory Showdown machine back here. Trying to keep the fire lit under the hood of that Mopar. Well, drag pack Dennis having some trouble keeping the fire lit under the hood of his Mopar. Although when it runs, it's impressive, no doubt. Trying to ease it forward there. Okay. Staged and ready. A little too much there. Looks like he's going to back up and give it another try. So I believe Dennis is being sent off here, as once he took the tree, that was his qualifying attempt. He'll have one more shot later on this afternoon to attempt to qualify. Watch out for the fence. Once again, we need 850 index to the lanes, please. 850 index to lanes 5 and 6. I understand there's only one of you back there in the lanes right now. So 850 index to lanes 5 and 6. We need you now. slide into the 850 category right now. All of them must be purple. Yeah, maybe not. 9-0 index. Lanes 3 and 4. 9-0 index. Final call for lanes 3 and 4. Here is the 850 index group. Left side, Jim Schmittinger from Slinger, Wisconsin. That is the Demon on the left. The Hellcat on the right, Christopher Thomas out of Flowery Branch, Georgia. The bolt-on Hellcat record holder with an 851 yesterday to set the record. So Schmittinger seeing a little bit of smoke rolling out there. Hopefully he's okay. 1085 at 131. Christopher Thomas, the quicker of the two. 894 at 154. So far, just two signed up for the 850. 9-0 coming up now. They are in the water box. First pair, Mike Mulder, left side out of San Clemente, alongside Jim Marino. Again, want to run as close as you can to a 9.00 second elapsed time without going under. That would be a breakout on the index. Breakout rules apply. If you're both on the right side of the 9-0 number, first one to finish line will be the winner. At the top end of the track, it's an 892. That's too quick for Mike Mulder. 892 at 141. Jim Marino, 916 at 149. So he is safe. Two more coming at you. Bo Gentile and Jody Jarvis coming up now. 9-0 index cars. Jarvis down track. Left before the tree was activated. No time on the time slip. Gentile too quick. 883 at 155. Ben Blaylock, Tyler, Texas. The white Warlock over there on the left, alongside Paul Rutkowski. Normal, Illinois. Hellcat on the right. Again, 900 is the number that we're shooting for. That is the index. So Rutkowski, a little tire slippage. Blaylock not liking it at all either. Neither car able to hook up the way that they want to. And they ride along down track to a 1756 at 58. Left side for Blaylock. Right side Rutkowski, 1837 at 55. Next pair on the starting line, still not on file up here. Left side, car 7041, right side, car 3591. Nice lap right there. 897, just a touch too quick on the left side. Right side 904 at 151. So that is your number one qualifier right now with that 904. Again, this is the first of 2 qualifying sessions. Final pair in category coming at you right now. Tom Cassabaum and Tom Hall, left and right. Both of them a little too quick. 891 at 148 for Tom Cassabaum. Right side, Tom Hall, 899 at 154. Coming up now, this is the bracket category. Everybody's got to run 950 or slower. And when we get into eliminations, they will pick their number. It'll be a dial-in race. Pro tree start. Marge Hidings, Robert Kripe. Reaction time will help set the ladder. $984 left side for Marge Hidings. Right side, Robert Kripe, $966 at 140. So in this category, and as long as you're slower than 950, it doesn't matter what you run, as long as you can run it. Whatever your prediction is, will be the number that you're running against. With a handicap start, Trip Carter left side, Andy McPherson on the right. Carter out of Tennessee. That is the Orange Demon. Right side, Andy McPherson, Pompano Beach, Florida. That is the Yellow Machine. Trip Carter leaves before the tree fires, so no time there. Andy McPherson, 969 at 140. Jerome Stone, oh so close to a 9-second time ticket. He went 10-0-0-0 earlier today, trying to dip into the 9s. The Hellcat, left side out of New Braunfels, Texas. Alongside the head man here of the fastest Mopars on earth, that is Tim Godby. Georgia native. Looks like Tim out front by just a little bit. Nope. How about a pair of 999s? 999-1 for Jerome Stone. Good for him. He's in the 9s. 999-1 at 136 for Stone. Godby goes 999-7 at 136. Both of them 999 at 136. Chris Ulanowicz, Savannah, Texas. He'll pull up left side alongside Bo Huddleston. the Huddleston Performance Challenger out of Shelbyville, Tennessee. Both race cars leave the starting line, head to the other end. Bo out front, getting to the stripe. Looks like he was on the brakes before he got there. 960 at 125. Aha. He must have known he would be quicker than 950, so trying to find his drop spot there. Milanowicz, 1106 at 123. Paul Beckwith, Anna, Texas. Challenger, left. Scott Williams. Glen Allen, Texas. Hellcat, right. $9.78 for Williams at 140. Beckwith on the left, 11.52 at 113. Todd Bruckman from Ashland. I believe that's Aylett, Virginia. Bruckman is from. Eric Taylor, North Carolina, the home base there for the Yellow Demon on the right. So Bruckman too quick, still kind of getting his feet under him. He goes 930 at 136. Eric Taylor 987 at 137. So again, the bracket class, you may have cars that are capable of going quicker than 9.50 seconds, but that is the ceiling of the category. You can't go any quicker than 9,500. So Bruckman will have to slow it down. Here's Jessica Sipple and John Sipple. How about this matchup? For Sipple, speed and performance. The North Carolina team, Team Sipple, heads to the other end. John Sipple drives it out to an 890. That's too quick. 890 at 156. Jessica, 1106 at 123. Bob Glaspie and Bob Davis. Coming up next, had lunch with Bob Davis today out of Anaheim. Bob Glaspie alongside from Tehachapi, California. Davis a little tire slippage there and gathers it back up, heads to the other end. 998 at 134 for Bob Glaspie. Bob Davis goes 1056 at 136. That appears to be the remainder of the bracket cars. So with that, qualifying session number 1 is in the books. We'll now open the lanes for open, test, and tune. So if you want to make test and tune runs, we're going to have about 45 minutes total of that. Or a better way to put it is, we'll shut the lanes off at 3:55, and then at 4 o'clock we'll go back into Q2 of all of our categories. But right now it's open, test, and tune. Go ahead and come to the lanes and we will bring you out and run you down the track. Open, test, and tune now in effect. All right, open, test, and tune. Looks like we had some takers right off the bat. It's Tim Godby and Eric Taylor already completing their burnouts and backing up. Godby left side, Port Wentworth, Georgia. Eric Taylor on the right from Elon, North Carolina. Taylor down track. He'll get to the finish line. He left before the tree was activated, so no time there. 9:97 for Tim Godby at 1:32. I know that car's got plenty more performance in it right now, though. 9:97 at 1:32. Todd Bruckman. Little tire chatter there for Bruckman. And he flashes by our camera position there. 980. 980 at 145. Where was that run when he needed it? That's all right. He'll remember that for second qualifying coming up. Robert Kripe waits behind the water box right now, left side of the track. So Rob backs up and allows Dennis Chasen to bring the factory stock showdown machine up to the starting line, left side of the track. Side of the car says Car Crazy Canuck. Drag back Dennis behind the wheel. Part of the Flex Jet. Factory stock showdown category. So to clarify, earlier when he came up to make his run in the qualifying session, the rules state that once you see the tree and leave the starting line, that is your qualifying attempt. So that's why he was backed off and did not get a time in that session. This time around, however, we're an open test and tune, so that's why he's allowed to back up and try it again. .765 at 180 miles an hour for Dennis Chason. Now here's Robert Kripe, Andrew McPherson. Wilson 968 at 149. Eric Taylor 988 at 137. Two more coming at you right now. David Starnes over there, left side. And Tim Godby on the right. Tim will make a nice pass. David, not so much. Tim, 10:03 at 129. He's slowing for some reason. David Starnes coasts across to a 21 flat at 59. Bob Davis, 2150 at 61 miles per hour. Here's Chris Bailey. And it looks like some part of the car has exited there at about 700 feet. So we're going to have to go down there and take a look at that. Our top end safety crew coming back this way. Looks like the errant part has been retrieved from Mr. Bailey's ride. Safety truck rolls back to its stationary position down there at the first turnoff. Rachel Dugas waits back here behind the water box. The Aubrey, Texas runner in the Viper. Well, yesterday, unfortunately, the other Viper from the Dugas Racing team broke an axle. Looks like they were unable to make repairs, but Rachel had a couple of nice clean passes yesterday. Going to give it another try right now. Ooh, gotta like that. 793 at 156 miles per hour. I think they'll take that. Hey, just a public service announcement, a friendly reminder that if you do not have your armband, your wristband on, you will be given the opportunity to find your vehicle and exit the property. $9.19 there for Rick Spillman. 147 for the speed for the pickup truck. Marge Hidings. 1028 at 136. Here's Nicole Reynoso and Trip Carter. You can hear those Hemis working their way down track. 842 for Nicole. 165 for the speed. Trip Carter, 993 at 138. Just a reminder, we will be closing the lanes at 3:55 before we go into Q2 for our elimination categories. So the lanes will be closing at 3:55. Randy Alicon on a nice pass over there left side of the track. Randy 8:44 at 163 miles per hour. Tally Garibay 12:46 at 113. Left side 988 at 137. Right side 989 also at 137. Randy McPherson, 971 at 139. Larry Rose, right side, 981 at 146. Davis, 1013 at 137. Coming up next, it's James Olson and Marge Heidings. Olson leaves before the tree was activated, rolls through, and will not get a time. For Miss Margaret, 10:04 at 136. this is your wake-up call unlimited category. We're going to go ahead and shut off the staging lanes right now. Run out the cars that are there. Unlimited, you will be up next for your second qualifier. You can head to lanes 7 and 8. Lane 7 and 8 for unlimited. That means 859 flat and brackets. You're on standby. Unlimited, this is your call to the lanes, lanes 7 and 8. The lanes otherwise are closed for open test and tune. Once again, staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed. We need unlimited to lane 7 and 8. Unlimited to lane 7 and 8 for your second qualifying session. Chick, 984, 141. Again, staging lanes are closed for the open test and tune session. We need unlimited to lane 7 and 8. Unlimited to 7 and 8. So a little check there on the starting line. Looks like we may have a few little drip drops out of the white Mopar over there on the left side. Want to get that cleaned up. Meantime, right side, Jerome Stone waits patiently in the pre-stage. He's being given the signal to go ahead and stage the car. Stone went 999 earlier today. 10 flat. 10.00 at 136. Here is Clayton Schmeiser from LVNV, Las Vegas, Nevada. He'll pull his Kelly Green Challenger up there.
I see you walking.
Clay Schmeiser, 1091 at 152.
If I had a go-kart, I would go get a bag of ice, but
Second attempt and second little stream of stuff out there, so we're going to get that repaired before we let him make a pass down the track. In the meantime, staging lanes are closed. Unlimited cars, final call. Unlimited, final call to lane 7 and 8. Unlimited, final call to lane 7 and 8. $850 index cars, 850 index. The Simon Fast Hemi Memorial 850 index. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. Simon Fast Hemi 850 index to lanes 5 and 6. Final call for unlimited. unlimited cars, you should all be there in lane 7 and 8. 850 index. Let's go ahead and make this your final call. 850 index final call to lanes 5 and 6. 90 index will take you to lanes 3 and 4. 90 index to lanes 3 and 4. $9.50 and up bracket cars, you can go ahead and head to lanes 1 and 2. So all 4 categories have been called to the lanes. We'll start out with unlimited, then it'll be $8.50, 9 flat, and then bracket $9.50 and up. right, we're going to start right out with Dennis chasing. The Car Crazy Canuck out of Canada. So just keeping an eye on this car. He went 65 earlier. The national record is 760. And I personally think he's leaving a little bit on the table on this end. How about another 765? I think that's 3 in a row. 765 at 179.
He took the long way.
Hey, just a reminder, everybody, we have car washing available out here, vehicle washing, right here behind the tower. Eric can take care of you out there. So stop by if you need to get your rig washed, your car washed, whatever it might be. Go see Eric directly behind the tower. .50, you should be in the lanes. Final call already given for you. This is the final call for 9-0 index to lanes 3 and 4. Final call 9-0 index to lanes 3 and 4. We also need 950 and above bracket category to lanes 1 and 2. If you're not there, you need to head that way. Our unlimited category, Q2, coming up. Dennis was just making a test run. We don't expect to see him in eliminations. But he went 765, 765, 765. Unlimited coming up. 850 to follow. 9-0. Your final call has been given. 950 to lanes 1 and 2. After this qualifying session, we will go back to open, test, and tune. Eagles in the drag pack. Wheel staged. Ready? There it goes. A little bit of tire spin there. He will coast on through. This is Nicole Reynoso from Tustin, California, left side. The Hellcat. And Zung Ho from Dayton, Texas. Multi-power adder Dodge Charger. Zung on a nice lap. Out the back door to a 762 at 183 miles per hour. Zung Ho. Nicole 899. Here's Chris Bailey. He'll be dumping the laughing gas to the Bailey's high performance machine out of Fort Worth. Right side from Las Vegas, Clayton Schmeisser. Schmeisser steps off the throttle. Chris Bailey, 792 at 174 miles per hour. Chris Schaller Lime Cat over here on the right out of Sherwood, Arkansas. Final car in the unlimited category. To the top end, 891 at 139. Christopher Thomas, John Sipple, the 850 category. This number grew a little bit from 2 to 3. The name of the game for this group. John Sipple, 858 at 165. For Christopher Thomas, he falls off the edge, 930 at 138. He'll stand on his earlier 894. Jim Schmettinger coming up now. Schmettinger, much better pass this time around, 869 at 161. We move right over to the 9-0 category. Tom Cassabaum, left side out of Dana Point, California. Ben Blaylock on the right, Tyler, Texas. Cassabaum went under before. Again, 9-0 is the name of the game. Cassabaum still under, 881 at 154. Ben Blaylock, 925 at 149 miles per hour. So Blaylock now sits number 3 on the qualifying sheet. Cassabaum, number 8. Mike Mulder will pull up next from San Clemente, California, alongside Larry Rose's machine out of Newburgh, Indiana. Another runner too quick, Mike Mulder, 895 at 138. So he's actually getting better by going slower. Larry Rose, 926 at 146. So Rose moves to number 4. Paul Witkowski and Tom Hall coming up next. Yes, I hear you and I see a picture, so I'm going to wait and see if cars come by. Can you tilt the camera down just a little bit? That's better, thank you. Nope, it's good, right where it's at. Tom Hall, 913 at 142. Paul Rutkowski, 923 at 150. Todd Bruckman. .931 at 147. Right side 960 at 147 as well. .971 and 1010, McPherson and Hidings. Paul Beckwith and Eric Taylor coming up now. Top end Taylor, 988 at 137. Paul Beckwith, 1154 at 116. Robert Kripe and Jerome Stone. Head down track right now. Closing on the finish line. And at the top end, Kripe with a 970 at 140. Jerome Stone, 1005 at 135. Trip Carter up next alongside Chris Ulanowicz. Chris, currently your #1 qualifier based on reaction time. At the finish line, Trip Carter 986 at 140, Chris Ulanowicz 1112 at 122. Bo Huddleston, Tim Godby come up next. In the bracket category, we're qualifying based on reaction time. So how well they see the tree is very important here. Huddleston out of Shelbyville, Tennessee. He's an old-timey bracket racer. Tim Godby just loves making laps in his Demon. Huddleston crosses the stripe first. 9:57 at 143. Tim Godby, 10:11 at 129. Jessica Sipple, the Bengal striped challenger over their left side. Ron Silva alongside. Sipple's going to be your number one qualifier right now with an 0.79 reaction time and 11:13 at 123. Ron Silva, 9:47 at 141. Two more getting set to complete their burnout. Scott Williams left side, Bob Glaspie on the right. Williams out of Glen Allen, Texas is Hellcat. And for Bob Glaspie, makes the haul from California to run his red eye on the right side. To the quarter mile marker, it's going to be a 9:78 at 140 for Scott Williams. Bob Glaspie, 10:04 at 135. Final qualifier, Bob Davis. And he will cross the finish line stripe with a 9:92 at 137 miles per hour. So, qualifying session number 2 is complete. We'll now go ahead and open up the staging lanes for open, test, and tune. Open, test, and tune. You can come to the lanes, please. Open, test, and tune. Back to the lanes. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
wheel shut down? Did the wheel shut down? Just 8 miles. We're gonna go wall to wall though. 8 miles to the forest.
Go back to land. Ready, Deputy Jody, got Danny, Deputy Jody, got closing line. Deputy got closing line, we're going back. Go in. Copy that.
Yep, I got it. Apparently there's a drone flying around here above the racing surface. Just want to let you know, that's not allowed. You need to ground it immediately. If it continues to fly, we figure out who it is. You will get to head off the property. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Isn't that what they say? So take your drone and ground it. No mo. On that, so should I say disregard? Okie dokie. Track check is complete. Signal to fire them up has been given. We're ready to roll with open, test, and tune. All right, this is a great sight to see. Will Dugas from Aubrey, Texas. The Viper over here on the right-hand side of the track. I believe that's Rachel out in front of the car. Will. And the Viper, hard out of the water box. Yesterday, if you were with us, the Viper launched hard, made kind of a goofy move to the left, and soon realized that we had a broken axle. So they made repairs, and here we go, here on a Saturday night. Viper makes its way back behind the starting line. Little tire pressure check. Got the back glass open to clear out any tire smoke, anything else that's in there. Rachel looks in. Will looks down track. As soon as we get the thumbs up, we'll put the Viper in the beams. Last year, this car ran in the low sixes, as I recall, over 220 miles an hour. We're staged and ready. He spools it up. Drops the hammer. Getting with it. Top end. 683 at 215 miles an hour. 683 at 215 for Will Dugas. And for some reason, I think he's got a little bit more in it. Randy Alicon will come up next. The turbo-equipped Challenger. See, Randy gets bumped in. And just overpowers the track right there. See the tire spin before he gets to the 60. And he will coast on through. .2104. All right, let's keep an eye on the truck on the left side. This is Jody Otwell, the white TRX. He is on a mission to beat the record for his category, 954 at 140. He is the currently standing record, and he is here to put his name on the record line. Alongside Eric Taylor. They are staged, and away they go. Red light doesn't matter. The TRX is out in front of Taylor, but not going to get it done. 10:49 at 130 miles an hour appeared to be slowing at the finish line. Eric Taylor 990 at 137. Two more come up. Tally Garibay, Trip Carter. We're getting to that spot in the day when the shadows grow longer, stretching across the racetrack out there. Still 55 degrees, and we're still below sea level. Here comes Carter and Garibay, finish line. It's a 961 for Neptali Garibay. 961 at 141. Trip Carter, 988 at 138. Next up, from Washington, Utah, this is James Olson. Olson's 392 Hemi-5 Charger, alongside Jim Marino. Marino from Lake Havasu, Arizona. Hear a little tire chatter out there. And to the top end they go. Marino first, 923. At 149. James Olson, 957 at 148. Bo Gentile out front to an 888 at 157. About a 929 at 149. Rick Spillman. Spillman still in chase of a record run for his pickup truck. He's still got about 3/10 to go to get there. Speaking of record runs, the license plate says record. The demon over there left side of Tim Godby. Godby hustling down track. .10:06 at 134. Larry Rose backs up. We'll get him reset here. Rose on a nice looking run. And for Rose, 925 at 146 miles per hour. Eric Taylor will back up from the burnout now on the left side. And Tally Garibay didn't get the tires quite wet enough to spin them good, so we'll back up, get back in the puddle, pull forward, give it a try again. Top end Taylor, 987 at 136. Tally goes 984 at 138. $984, 137. Here's Tim Godby, 5 cars shy of a 6-pack. Tim on a nice, straight, strong run there. We see him at the finish line with a 996 at 135. As Alan Reinhardt would say, directionally correct, as he is quicker than he's been all afternoon. Going to do just a little bit of cleanup there in front of Bob Davis over here on the right. And as we were cleaning up for Bob Davis, Eric Taylor says, hey, I'll hop right back up here. Go once again. Eric Taylor, 990 with a 7 at 138. Bob Davis, 985 at 137. Tim looking for a number here. Tim Godby, 971 at 139. He's sneaking back up on it. Left side, 981 at 138. Tim Mikolajczyk, left side. Marge Heidings, right side. Mikolajczyk from North Carolina. Marge. And Mark from Marco Island. Mikolajczyk, 989 at 139. Marge Heidings, 994 at 137 miles per hour. Here's car 7027. Nice stout run there, 838 at 164 miles per hour. Bob Davis and Eric Taylor. Crossing the finish line, nearly side by side. 988 left for Davis at 137. Taylor, 984 at 138. Tim Mikolajczyk comes back up to the left side. Alongside the Demon on the right, car 1633. Mikolajczyk, 987 at 140. Right side, 983 at 138. Paul Beckwith, Margaret, aka Marge Hidings. Beckwith, left side. Hidings on the right. Marge out in front at the finish line. Marge Hidings, 987 at 138. Paul Beckwith, 1147 at 117. The Durango at the top end, 1074 at 127 miles per hour. Nice run there for the grocery getter. Car 1633 hot laps its way back up here, as does Tim Mikolajczyk. Finish line says 986 left side at 138. Right side, Tim Mikolajczyk with a 981 at 140. Well, looks like Tim Godby swaps cars here as 457 rolls into the water box. Tim will back up from the burnout right now.
Got his mother in the car.
Aha. Tim with a very special passenger in the car. Hi, Mom. I wonder if she was ready for that. So Tim at the 8th mile was 685 at 105. like Carolina's going to come back up. Perhaps move over to the right side. Little starting line touch-up going on out there. More water in the water box. And the Durango is going to head back to the pit area. Sammy Beagles, 806 at 170. Right side, 987 at 138. Tim Godby backing up. I think Mom's getting another ride. At the 8th mile, 6:36 at 107 miles per hour. Todd Bruckman, 950, 146. Excuse me, 950 at 146. Scott Williams, 974 at 140 miles an hour. Eric Taylor and Ben Blaylock. Taylor 992 at 135. Ben Blaylock 940 at 149 miles per hour. Carolina Garibay rolls back up here now on the right side alongside Paul Beckwith. Beckwith with the tall GoPro mount there on top of his Dodge Challenger. And Carolina, I believe that is a Hellcat equipped Durango. At the finish line, Carolina out front, 1079 at 126. Paul Beckwith, 1144 at 117. .985 left side at 138. 989 speed of 140 on the right for Tim Mikolajczyk. Tim with a 6:35 at 109 at the 8th mile. Scott Williams now rolls back up, left side of the track. Williams, the Virginia runner. Hellcat over there on the left. Here comes the Hellcat. .969 at 141 miles per hour. Randy Alicon comes back. The turbocharged Mopar over there on the left. So for Randy, trying to figure out how to get through that rattle zone there when the boost kicks in. Strong 145 short time, but after that, still looking for the magic. Todd Bruckman for TBA Machine. Finding his comfort level once again, 936 at 146. Coming up next, the TRX of Jody Otwell. As we've said all weekend, conditions are very good here for records and personal bests. The record for this particular category, the TRX category, 959 at 140. Jody on a mission to break that record. Starting line observer runs up there, sees something that required a conversation. And we're at that point in the evening where our lights are on at the facility. When our lights are on, your lights need to be on as well. Here comes the truck. 10:31 at 130 miles an hour. So still got some ground to make up to get close to that record. 10:31 at 130. Pair of good buddies here, getting set to stage up left and right. Eric Taylor on the left. Tim Mikulajczyk on the right. A couple of years ago, Tim just rode along with Eric out here to Houston, brought his camera out, got some great shots. If you're looking for the artistic sunrise sunset type photo, Tim has an eye for it. And you'll see his work online. Tim by a couple of car lengths at the top end, 994 at 139 for Tim Mikulajczyk. Eric Taylor, 989 at 137 miles per hour. And for Tim, I noticed that he has a trend of red lighting every time he comes up. I don't know if that is guessing at the tree or a staging process, but very consistently turns on the red light, leaving too early. Tom Casabaum, left side from Dana Point, California. His modified red eye on the left. Right side, here's car 1633 once again. Casabaum out front. He'll get there first. 881 at 154. Car 1633, late leaving the starting line, 1014 at 133 miles per hour. I think Tim wants some new tires. Mike Mulder, left side. Tim Godby on the right. Mulder out the back door to an 882 at 154. Tim, 636 at 109 at the 8th mile. The single coming up here for Paul Beckwith. And Beckwith will drive it out. To an 1151 at 116 miles per hour. Again, our lights are on. Your lights need to be on as well. You got to have a working tail light. From the time you cross the ready line all the way back to when you stop the vehicle. That's for your safety and the safety of everybody else out here on the property. James Olson left side, Todd Bruckman on the right. Olson 981 at 147. Bruckman 928, also 147 miles an hour. Nicole Reynoso, Eric Taylor. Nicole pulling forward, Taylor still in the water box. So it looks like Taylor will sit back and wait as Nicole will make the single pass over here on the left-hand side. Here comes the mighty Mopar, 804 at 174. 804 at 174. Eric Taylor. And for Eric Taylor, the time slip app will say 989.6 at 137.48 miles per hour. Lucas Kirkpatrick from Alba, Texas. His Hellcat Charger over on the left-hand side. There you go. The double snort there of the nitrous. Getting it after it down there at the top end. It's an 824. 824 at 169 miles per hour. Computer tells me this is Aaron Miller out of Aubrey, Texas, the 2016 Dodge Viper. Got that big old Can-Am style wing on the back. Trying to make a little downforce over here on the right-hand side. test on that coming out of the water box. See the backup beams come on. Got to be a bit of a challenge to see inside that little cockpit there as the Viper makes its way back. A little tire check there. Looks like you still got it in R. Needs to put it in D. Move forward. There you go. I like it. I like it a lot. 713. 713 at 202 miles per hour. And you saw a little puff down there at the top end. We're going to just make sure everything is A-OK. Didn't appear to be real heavy. But just to be safe, we want to take a look.
Because in Texas, we don't have the green.
So just to reiterate, we think everything is dry down there. We just saw a little puff there at the finish line. Everything appears to be good. Safety crew is telling us it's good, but we're just going to triple check to make sure. But I believe everything is clean and dry down there at the top end of the track, and as soon as it is, we'll get our crew cleared out of the way. Be ready to go again. Tim brings 457 back around. .980 at 138 for Tim Godby. Rick Spillman returns in the Ram short bet. And an aborted launch there. Looks like Rick will back up. Try it again. .67 miles per hour. Wow, big wheels up start over there on the right. How about that? 866 at 162. 9 flat at 150 over here on the right. Tom Hall with an 881 at 155 miles per hour. Ben Blaylock, 971 at 119, stepping off the throttle. Right side, 992 at 136 for Eric Taylor. Jody Otwell going to make another attempt at that record. .10:34 at 129 for Jody Otwell. Randy Alicon's Turbo Car 1138 at 74 out of the throttle at the finish line. Chris Shawver 877 at 146 for the Lime Cat. Eric Taylor rolls up again. Here's Eric with another 985 at 136 miles per hour.
about how much it did?
Yeah. I'm not.
Tim Godby back in the white car, 1049 at 127. Mike Mahoney, 978 at 139. Paul Rutkowski, 1668 at 55. Tim Godby, 1374 at 61. Tally Garibay on the right, or on the left-hand side, excuse me, out of Laredo, Texas. Right side, Eric Taylor. Tally Garibay, 960 at 141. Eric Taylor, 988 with an 8 at 136.75 miles per hour. Well, here's Tim Godby's car, but it is not Tim Godby. Cole. Cole? Is that right? Cole Godby?
I believe that's Trey North, Cole's best friend.
No, that's actually Cole in 457 this time, and Trey is in 3299.
Got it. Cole's in 457. Trey North be coming up in 3299 right there. So Cole Godby, 995 at 136. Mike Mahoney, 978 at 139. Tim, your independent wealth is confusing me. You have demons strung all over the property. Paul Rutkowski is staged and gone. Rutkowski right side of the track. Closes in the quarter-mile mark and goes 9:15 at 150 miles per hour. Car 1633 on the left. Car 3299 on the right. That is not Tim Godby. That is not Cole Godby. Trey North. So it looks like we're going to try the burnout process once again. The solo pass on the left, 1021 at 133 miles per hour. Now we'll give this burnout another try. At the finish line, 10:32 at 121 miles per hour. It's like Tally Garibay and Eric Taylor be our final pair here for a few minutes. We're going to do just a little bit of track grooming. So for Eric Taylor, his car comes to an immediate stop. Not sure what's going on there. And he'll put it back in gear and drive it to the top end. Tally Garibay with a 961 at 141. Eric Taylor now will take the slow roll to the top end. And with that, 39.41 at 36 miles an hour. That's not at all what that car is capable of. But in the meantime, we got our flat drag, our rotator, and our broom out there. Probably give it a little squirt of the sticky stuff as well. I'll be back to action in just a little bit. Hey, guess what? We're back to running race cars. Clay Schmeiser out of Las Vegas. The Green Demon over here on the left side. That's the Ohio tagged machine. Top end, Schmeiser gets there first, 863 at 156. 898 at 151 for Matthews. Rob Kripe over there on the left side alongside Jim Schmettinger. Kripe from California, Schmettinger from Wisconsin. Schmettinger gets there first. 863 at 161 miles an hour. Rob Kripe, 969 at 143. The turbo car of Randy Alicon over here on the right-hand side from Laredo, Texas. Alongside Bob Davis's Anaheim, California-based white Challenger. Davis already staged and ready. Alicon will set the pre-stage light, spool it up, bump it in. You see the bumping process going on right now. It is settled, and off they go. Alicon to the top end, 850 at 161 miles an hour. 988 at 137 for Bob Davis. Jody Jarvis getting cranked up over there. The Jarvis Tire Pros machine, the Demon out of Navasota, Texas. Big thanks to them for their sponsorship. And a big thanks to all of our sponsors helping to make the fastest Mopars on Earth event happen. Jody makes his way to the quarter-mile marker, sees the scoreboard flash with an 896 at 150 miles per hour. We're just about 500 feet below sea level here. And a little over 50 degrees as we near the 7 o'clock hour. Tim Godby's machine rolling down track, 32.99 the car. Speed. Tim's other car with Cole driving, the Pitchfork Demon, alongside Clay Schmeiser. Clay on the hard charge, heading to the top end. 867 at 155 miles an hour. Cole tags the brakes before he gets to the finish line. 10:43 at 117. Hello.
I'm gonna tell Clay when he comes by to start drinking.
Okay,
his
what's
water.
Trey's last name?
Yeah.
North. Okay. Trey North and okay. Trey's in the black car and Cole's in the white car. Got it. Thank you. Bye. No problem. Mike Mahoney, Robert Kripe. 975 left for Mahoney. Kripe goes 970 at 137. Bob Davis and Rick Spillman coming up. Spillman, the short bed Ram pickup. Bob Davis in the white Challenger. Davis left before the tree was activated. Pickup truck takes a rolling start at it, goes 930 at 148. So Spillman still off the pace of the record run that he's looking for. Jerome Stone, he's been right around 10 flat all day. Casabom alongside. Plenty of burnout right there for Stone. The new Braunfels Texas Super Stock will back up. Tom Casabom waits patiently behind the pre-stage line. And based on the crew people getting stuck to the racetrack, I'd say it's plenty sticky out there. Wheels coming up in the air there for Casabom. Jerome Stone, 9:19 at 137 in his super stock. Tom Casabom, 13:70 at 71 off the throttle. Nicole Reynoso getting set to do a burnout over there on the left side. And as Nicole rolls up, Jim Schmettinger waits. A little too much staging help there, flickering the bulbs. So Reynoso comes up and comes down hard, leaves a trail of sparks there as the nose slams down to an 853 at 170 miles an hour. Jim Schmettinger, 843 at 160. Maybe from the looks of that, there might be a spare part or two that they're going to have to reattach. Andy McPherson. Next up, left side. .967 at 140 for Andy McPherson. Now it's time for Rachel Dugas, the Viper out of Aubrey, Texas. We saw Will earlier with the red Viper. Here's the 007. Rachel's Viper heads for the finish line 782, 179 miles an hour. That looks like a fun ride, 782 at 179. Mike Mulder and Jody Otwell coming up next. Mulder's Demon lines up left side. Otwell, the TRX pickup on the right. For Mulder, 882 at 153. Otwell's going to back up, try it again. .1031 at 129. For Otwell. Mike Mahoney, Eric Taylor. It's good to see Eric back up here. After his premature stop earlier, glad to see everything appears to be working okay once again. 974 at 139 for Mike Mahoney. 989 at 136 for Eric Taylor. Robert Kripe, Scott Williams roll right up. Ready to go once again. Kripe, left side, 975 at 139 miles an hour. Scott Williams, 971, speed at 140. Todd Buckman and Paul Rutkowski. Buckman rolls out of the water box. He'll pull right up to the staging area. He rolls through actually and backs up so he can get himself reoriented. Paul Rutkowski from Normal, Illinois, home of Illinois State University, the Redbirds. A little tire chatter, but they gather them up, head to the other end. Rutkowski, 918 at 150. Bruckman, 953 at 144 miles per hour. Talladega Bay, left side, Bob Davis on the right. Tally starts to turn a tire here. He'll slide on up. Davis already completing the burnout. The Californian on the right-hand side. So Davis having trouble staging the car, seems like. Tally hustles to the other end, 963 at 141. Davis will not get a time on the time ticket, as the car did not stage properly. Andy McPherson and Ben Blaylock. Blaylock gets there first, 925 at 148. Andrew McPherson, 970 at 140. It's Mike Mahoney and Eric Taylor once again. $975 at 139 for Mike Mahoney. Eric Taylor, $989 at 137. Two more coming up. Tally Garibay once again left side and Scott Williams on the right. Tally with a 964 at 140. Scott Williams, 969, also at 140 miles per hour. Todd Bruckman lines up right side this time. Little tire chatter there for Todd Bruckman. And on to the finish line, 968 at 145 miles per hour. Bob Davis, 985 at 137 left side. Tim Mikulajczyk, 978 at 141 on the right. Eric Taylor and Andrew McPherson. Yellow Demons left and right. Taylor better leaving the starting line, but McPherson quicker at the top end, 969 at 139 for Andrew McPherson. Eric Taylor, 989.7 at 137. Here's Tally and Mike. Tally Garibay, 965.6, 140. Mike Mahoney, 994.8, 135. Todd Bruckman, 960 at 147. Scott Williams, 965 at 140. Tim Godby back to the tower. Hiding out up here on a Saturday night.
That's right.
It's the safest place to be.
Yeah, it is. It's the warmest place when you don't have a jacket with you. Everybody went and did errands, and my jackets was in all the vehicles, so I come up here to visit with you, stay a little warm.
Yeah, that's the excuse I would use as well.
Yep.
It's probably safer up here.
That's right.
Jada was very kind. She brought us a bag full of snacks, so
Oh, yeah, that's
we are set for the rest of the night as far as that goes.
Yep.
So I'm still
We got-
working on my Diet Coke, so got to have that.
Oh, not me, Dr. Pepper.
I love Dr. Pepper.
Yep. Let's see how they run. This is Ryan Bates.
Ryan Bates. Have we seen Ryan run yet today?
Oh, he changed up something.
It's moving around a little bit out there, it looks like, from this vantage point.
Yeah.
Carolina goes 1081 over there on the left at 127 miles an hour.
I like that Hell Rango now.
Isn't that something?
Yeah, I like that thing.
That turns some heads when you roll into the Walmart parking lot
And run 10s.
and run 10s. That's right.
Now here's Eric Taylor.
Eric Taylor. Now, we've already determined that Eric does not get a prize for going over 100 runs for the weekend.
He's trying.
He is trying.
Yep.
Him and Tally.
That's right. Oh, he just blew the tires off for the first time. I hadn't seen him do that yet. Come on
Yeah.
back. Come on back.
Well, he's found his way to the starting line 98 other times, so he'll be back. Don't worry about
Isn't
it.
that great, though? I mean, the platform, the Demon, mostly, I mean, I think just about every one of the stock Challengers and Chargers, we just slap them. I mean, it's just funny. It's our own little amusement park. This is crazy.
Hey, man, if I had a fun ride like that, I'd be ripping around in it all the time, too.
That's right.
So,
Yeah.
speaking of which,
Yeah.
are your two Mopars, are they daily drivers for you?
I take them out, but I don't daily drive them. No, not since the value went up as much as they did. I hit the brakes on all that. I don't want to do that. I take them here to one. I take 457 out to. I kept the passenger seat in there to do little short launches with people to let them feel what it see what it feels like to launch in a Demon, because most people say the experience of 1.8 Gs gives them tunnel vision, you know, when they hit, which is fun to see the kids, you know, and stuff like that. But we just do the hits and like to show them how it feels. And then the 3299, I like to run it, you know, and let my son and Trey drive it, but only on the track though. I don't let them take it on the street because. Like 457, I put the street wheels and tires on it.
Yeah.
We were driving the other day on Highway 71 in Texas, and I just went to pass somebody, and it kicked down, and I just forgot my place, and it was it took me a second, and it's a car that you got to be careful with wherever you're at, and the track is the best place to be.
So with the modern day muscle cars, you've got the Mopars that we've seen out here, the Mustang, the Camaro.
Right.
I've not seen, I knock on Formica when I say this,
Yeah.
I've not really seen one of these Demons or Mopars really get loose and squirrely like, for example, a Mustang.
Right.
Mustang has a lot of traction control issues.
Well, all right, so I was discussing that with someone who has a Mustang, right? And they were always wondering why they kick out to the side and everything like that. And I said, well, what do you actually experience, right? Do you experience this or that or whatever? So, in essence, it might be a diff issue, right? The way that their positive traction unit applies power. One tire's moving just a little bit slower than the other. I have no idea. All I know is that they're lighter, one.
Yes.
By, I don't know, not a big margin, but 500-600 pounds. And if I took 500 or 600 pounds out of my demon, I'd be doing a heck of a lot faster than what we're doing now.
Right. You'd be going faster, but the trade-off is control.
Yes, the weight of the car, it sets it into the ground. The way that Dodge designed and whatever they did with the suspension, I gotta hand it to them. It just sets and it presses it into the track. The front tires come up off the ground. The only reason why they set down is because it changes to second gear, and that's when they set down. Those guys that are doing the transmission tunes, they start in second gear, and they'll pull the tires and right through till third gear, But at any rate, the platform is very stable. You really, on the track, you really don't feel like you're doing 140, because it is a car of weight. But it just continues to do it day in and day out. I know that 457 has 2,200 passes on it.
Oh my.
Yeah, and I don't know. That's just crazy. It's just a lot of laps, and the white car's got a little over 800, and I just love it. Like I said, it's your own personal amusement ride.
Now, 457
Right?
is the white one.
Nope.
No, it's the black one.
It's the maximum steel one. It looks black,
I'm
but
sorry.
it's not black. It'll
Okay.
fool you.
Okay, 457, maximum steel.
That's right.
And 3299 is the white one.
Right.
457, stock tune, is that right?
The cars are both stock. They've never
They're
been touched.
both stock.
Yep.
So that's a conscious decision. Why did you decide to leave them stock?
All right, one, I got 2,200 passes on it, right? So once you start, I'm not saying that everyone's like that, but I've watched other people tune their stuff and then start. It's like that same thing. Once you start, you start going down that road, you stay on that road, and it keeps getting worse and worse, right? So I enjoy them for taking me down the track and just doing the drag racing, and I'm happy at a 10.0 index just as much as I am trying to go after a 9.5, right? But the stock platform to me is just a good platform where I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to worry about it. For me, that's what's the best thing for me. I don't have to worry about it. Change the oil, change the tires, add fuel, put some brake pads on it, because you do 2,200 passes and 140, yeah, you need some brakes. But I don't want to go down that road myself.
I understand. But like you said, once you go down that path, you can go way down the rabbit hole with that, right?
Yep, you absolutely can. Yeah, that's and see, 3299 at weight at 4,280 pounds, with me in the car, ran the 957. I've had numerous opportunities to plug something up and do something, because everybody wants you to modify it and oh, that's the car you want to do and all this. It doesn't hurt me one bit to keep the integrity of that 4,280 pounds, because I can run it here now, tonight, and I know that 4,280 pounds runs a 965, 64, 63, whatever, in this water grain, this DA, this barometer, right? And I know that if the water grains drop and the barometer goes up and the temperature's right and the chiller's on, it's going into the 9.5s. I just know it does. When I got 457 and removed the interior and the speakers and all that, because it's a full interior car, I got rid of all that weight and made it as light as the single seat, so that it scaled 4,280 pounds. It ran a 958 here 2 years ago, I believe it was, maybe 3, but and then I put it back together. I don't want to do that no more. I just wanted to see if that was They are that consistent. I will just say that.
Consistent but not boring, right? I mean, you still have fun every time you stab the throttle.
Oh yeah, no, there's nothing like that first hit. I mean, people who buy the newer cars, they're gonna see this stuff to a degree. Suspension is I mean, it's almost 2 G's worth of hit. I mean, it's something. It's good. And you're not all in a cage and 4-point harness and all that.
I know.
Yeah, you do know.
Yeah, and my chiropractor's very happy because I think he's made a house payment.
I told you to put your head back to the seat.
Well, I know now,
Yeah.
but it put my head back to the seat all on its own when it
did.
when you launched that first time and something popped, and about every 2 weeks my chiropractor gets to take a look and try to push everything back.
I'm glad you're doing better. Oh Lord, I was telling everybody that I was letting in the passenger seat. I was like going, please put your helmet on the seat. I would not move until they did.
That is wise advice.
Yes. See how he runs.
Top end, 848 or 161 miles an hour.
I have 161. Very nice. Yeah, just to give you a reference, okay? So 457 was 4,685 pounds with the passenger today. It ran a 630 in the 8th mile. 630 at 109.
How about that?
We were all looking at it going, wait, what? It's just weird how they love to, when you apply the pressure, however the car is, I don't know, it just loves to run that number. It runs the number. That's all there is to it.
So to kind of put that in perspective,
Right.
NHRA has a category called super gas,
Right.
and those are purpose-built lightweight race cars.
Right.
They run 630 in the 8th mile and 990 in the quarter. And here you just go to the factory and buy one.
Yep. With a
And-
passenger.
with a passenger.
For the 8th. And
Yeah.
At 4,685 pounds. And then I hammer the brakes as hard as I possibly can. And by the time I hit the first mark at the quarter mile, I got to hit a 14. You got to be behind the 14. I'm on the brakes. And my speed is what? Like, I don't know, 20?
Yeah,
When I
24
cross-
miles
when
an hour,
cross
I
the
think.
quarter mile, I'm 20. I'm stopping. It made me, I thought about it last time I did this, and it was like, remember in the old days, it was like get to 100 and then stop the car, vehicle, whatever. I can't remember. It was like a Cobra set the record way back when in the 60s.
Yeah.
And I wonder, that's what I said, is I wonder, does anybody do that now? A little trouble down there. Something came off the car or something.
Well, I know we've had to take a look behind that car each time it's gone, and not sure if it's got a little bit of a fluid leak or not or what, but as always, better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah, and that is one beautiful car.
Yes, it is.
That is one beautiful car. Love the paint job on that.
We're still 520 feet below sea level
Yep.
and 51 degrees out there, so
Yep.
still
And
optimal conditions.
And the track's warm from all the running we've been doing today, so the track temperature's up, and as long as we can keep the track temperature up, and keep running, the air temperature can drop. We'll be fine. Let's see how this one goes. Oh,
Nicole over here on the right, Nicole Reynoso out of Tustin, California. So you're pretty privileged to have two demons, but have you climbed in anyone else's car? Have you made passes in a modified or anything like that?
okay. I've done a couple of modified, like pulleys and tunes and stuff like that. But a lot of the stock guys, I say a lot, but to me, quite a few stock guys have a problem. They're like working through an issue or whatever, and I've been fortunate enough and get a total of a little over 3,000, 3,100, something like that passes in the car, right? And I don't know anything else, but I can give you pretty much, I'll know exactly what's wrong with their car from a perspective of whether or not it's like the rest of the cars, right? So I could say, hey, this is not like the rest of them that I've run, you know? I help them out, you know, like today we had 2 cars that had a little, we figured out was like a fuel starvation, maybe run out of fuel, something like that. What we figured the issue was is that the pumps were probably something wrong with them. So during lunch, we spoke about that to the crew, and you know that just like our events are, we had people with axles and people with fuel pumps and stuff like that, and they raise their hands and say, hey, I need this, hey, I need that, and we all take care of it, you know, and everybody's back to running again, you know, unless it's like major problems, but that happens, you know, when you got guys putting so much power into the cars, you know.
So the Demons, they were built for 3 years, correct? 16, 17, and 18?
No, just 1 year, 18.
Just 1 year?
1 year.
Okay, just 1 year.
It was like 3,300, and I think it's 3,314. It was supposed to be 3,300 originally, but there was some issues with like a trailer or something burning up 3 of them, and then they had some manufacturing chassis issues that they could not produce the car with that, you know, that build in the national highway or whatever, where they wouldn't let them use the VIN again, right? So or something like that.
Sure.
But I think they made a couple more. I think it was like 3314. Somebody's probably going to correct me on that, but only 1 year. That's it.
Wow.
Yep. And Dodge has been pretty good about being thoughtful for its Demon owners. You know, when they came out with the super stock, they went right up to 807, you know, instead of 808. And Clayton Schmeisser, he's one of the founding members. That car has gone a long way from that stock Demon that he used to have.
Well, it's an impressive ride.
That's the rabbit hole that he went down.
So, 1 production year, 3,300 and change.
Right.
Can you still get factory parts from Mopar?
We can, for what parts they have, right? So, also you can't get a part for a Demon without a Demon VIN. So you have to produce your Demon VIN. You have to produce your Demon VIN before you can get your part. For a Demon, absolutely, yes.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yep. Yeah, when you go to buy a, hood for a Demon or a seat for a Demon or whatever, the parts counter will say, you know,
What's your VIN number?
What's your VIN number, and they will verify that that's it. You gotta, and then I don't know if they have like a logging system or something in the background somewhere that says, hey, you know, that guy with that car number has already bought a hood.
Oh,
you know?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know if they got that, but it just puts you in mind of that. You know, like the parts are limited to the point where they want to control them, which I can understand that if they only did the model for 1 year, you know?
Absolutely. So do you think, kind of like the logging system, is there somebody, maybe it's your group, maybe another group that's actually kind of keeping track of where those Demons are at, those 3,300? Who's got them? Who's sold them and moved them to somebody else? How many are still in service? Anything like that going on?
All right, so in today's technological world, as a manufacturer, I would believe that the manufacturer would be able to, as a dealership system works, right?
Right.
I would pretty much lay $1 or $2 on it that Dodge, through their dealer system, could easily put, 95 to 98% of those demons, I'm pretty sure they could figure out who has them and where they're at. I mean, I would if I had the system, right? I mean, if I had a park system, they buy and sell cars, all that records would be there.
I would hope so.
I would hope so too. As the nerdy people we are, we have different types of tracking systems for it. Like, for instance, there's a group of us that keep track of as many as we can of the single seat cars, like what I have and what Ron Silva has and Tom Taylor and a few other people. I think Gary Mataronis, he's got one. We could name a couple other people, but they don't want to be named, which is another thing we got to worry about. Some people have them, and they don't want nobody to know that they have them.
Is that right?
Yep. Because they don't want people bugging them to buy them. There's people asking to buy the car all the time.
Is that right?
Single seat car.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, and I probably am. I thought all of them were originally single seat.
Negative.
Okay.
Right. They come as a regular car. Right. You buy a Demon from the factory was like a regular car. You had to specify that you wanted a single seat car.
Oh, okay.
And
see, I thought it was the other way around, that you had to specify if you wanted a passenger seat.
Okay, you had to specify that you did not want the passenger seat and did not want the rear seat. Rear seat delete was $1 option.
Right.
The single seat was $1 option. Yeah, everything was $1 option, but you had to specify that, right?
Okay.
You had to tell them, and then in order to do that, in order for you to get the car anyway, you had to sign a waiver, especially a single seat. You had to sign a waiver that you would never put a passenger seat or another seat in the car, because it was not, it did not have all of the features added for having that. Like, it didn't have seatbelt retractors. It didn't have the wiring harness, for instance, under the second seat. It didn't have anything in the back. All the other things that is necessary to make them legal as a 2018 model.
Okay.
I would not even, it wouldn't even occur to me to put another seat in it, me personally. I mean, I don't know why anybody would, but we had to sign, nevertheless, we had to sign a document that said that we would never do it. So as far as, we wanted, a lot of people out there wanted Dodge to go super stock and put a single seat option there, but I don't believe they did it. I don't know of a single instance where a super stock was allowed to be a single seat option. Only the Demon. That's another thing, right? So the Demon was unique, so it was the only model that came with a single seat, that you could. And there's only 16 of those. 2 that went to Canada and 14 in America.
Oh, really? I didn't realize.
There's only 16 of those. That's it.
I didn't realize they were that rare. So
Yeah,
you've
they are
got
that rare.
one of 16.
Right. We're tracking, our car club's tracking about 50% of those. We got 9. We got 9 of them. Actually, that's a little over 50%, but we got 9 of them.
Wow.
We know where they are. And we have 7 of them in the club. So the others are in collections and things like that, I'm sure, but like I said, they're things that people don't want to really let other people know. Like Ron and me and Tom, we're okay with it because they're not really collector items for us, right? We're running them. We're
Right.
out here using them for what they were intended to be used for, which is great. I mean, that's just what it is.
Yeah, nobody built them to look at them.
No, not these. No.
Not these cars, that's
Nope.
for sure.
They're selling now. I mean, I looked at the auction that's going on in Florida right now. They're 200, 208, 220. That's incredible for an $80,000 car. I ain't never seen that in my life.
So it's an investment.
Yeah, but, yeah, it's an
Yeah.
investment, but we never bought them for investments.
No.
I know I didn't.
No, I don't think. I mean, if you put it down the drag strip, that was never your plan to sit it there with a car wrap on it.
No, that was investment. No, at 16, my first vehicle was a '69 Dodge Super Bee. I got for $600, and through a I'm gonna be telling a fib now, but I think it was a '76 Police Interceptor 440 out of a junkyard. It had a 1,000 CFM thermoquad on it, and I mean, it run 13s, something like that, 13 and a half, something like that in a quarter mile. And I eventually worked my way down to a 12 flat and just could not do it. Couldn't get any faster than that because I kept breaking stuff. And I was like, I'm done. Didn't want to do it no more. And now they offered this, and look where we at. I mean, just incredible.
So, I keep saying you could just go down to the dealership and buy this, but that was not the process, right, to get this Demon? What did you have to go through to get it,
All right, so
besides write a big check?
no, I didn't write no check. I financed it. I traded a Hellcat in, and financed it. But that's how it was. I mean, most of them were done that way. A lot of people bought them outright. But how I did it, I just went down to the dealership and told them, hey, there's a car coming. Most dealerships didn't really even know they were coming. It's all of us Mopar nerds. We were out there tracking this, and the dealerships were like, what? We're like, hey, this thing's coming. It was originally called the, I think the code was ADR, right? American Drag Racer, I think, was the first secret code for the car.
Okay.
Right? And it eventually turned into the Demon, but it was crazy time. I mean, we really got geeky and nerdy with tracking and trying to figure out what it was and discover stuff, and I'm really glad that they built that. That's where we are now.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, as far as a car coming around, I just knew the dealer. I just had said, hey, you're going to have something. I went to him and said, hey, when you do, I want to be first, and called another dealer and said, hey, when you do, I want to be first. And that's what happened. I mean, just like that. And I think when we were buying them, Dodge had worked their magic with the dealers and told them, said, hey, if you charge more than the sticker price, or a lot more, then we're going to push you to the back of the numbers and in receiving them. So again, I don't know the process that they had. I just know that the talk that we had and everything else was if you were at MSRP or below, you were going to get chosen. If the dealer sold it to you for MSRP or below, then you would get chosen for the first cars that came out.
Oh.
And so both my cars were the two that I originally got was $1 under the sticker, which got me a low number. I had 618 and 457. The 618 was a yellow one. I sold it to a buddy of mine that lived near me early, right after I got it, really, and because he couldn't get one. By the time they started coming out and he heard about it, he was a Mopar guy, and he was like dying. He was like, I want one so bad, And I was like, well, I don't need two. I just, I was lucky enough to be offered to.
At some point tonight or tomorrow,
Yeah,
we need to take a little time and talk about all the sponsors that have helped us out
that's right.
all weekend long.
That's right.
So we might take a little break here,
Right.
go back to looking at race cars on the racetrack, Later on tonight, maybe we can take a few minutes and talk about our sponsors.
Sure, we can do that.
All right. All right. Well, we're going to sit back and relax a little bit, give you a break from having to listen to us two, and we'll just keep an eye on what's going on the racetrack. We got about 2 hours to go before we call it a night at 10 p.m.
every 30 pounds I lose what?
Your deck grows an inch.
Oh, boy. My shit's big enough, trust me. My shit's big enough. Shit, that thing gets, listen to me, that thing gets excited, it can kill a fucking deer. I just spear a
Yeah,
deer.
No, I'm being honest. I'm like, goddamn, I'm pretty well endowed, and I'm like,
Listen, I stopped counting at 9 inches.
is that Billy? Billy, right?
No.
You look like Billy Weber.
No. So Billy, I have a TRX too, but no. I know Billy, but that's not me.
I thought you were Billy. I was like, hold on.
Look at them fist bumps out there, 784 at 172 miles an hour for Nicole Reynoso. I think they're happy about that over on the right side.
Good job, guys.
Yes, sir.
915 for Paul Rutkowski at 150.
car's not down there, that something, I mean, he probably broke something, oiled or some shit, and he knew it, so then they fucking said something down here. So he left something somewhere, but who knows what it was. That dude needs to back down the body.
Hey, we're back. Lucas Kirkpatrick, Craig Douglas. Heading down track. Lucas with an 8:35 at 168 miles per hour. Craig Douglas 9:09 at 152. Mike Mahoney comes up next alongside Chris Bailey. Not sure if Chris is going to run with Mike or if it's going to be a single. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see here in just a minute. So Mahoney being motioned forward. Or Chris Bailey is being motioned forward. Well, that was an odd sequence. Mahoney heads down track. 976 at 139. So we keep track of personal bests. That very well could be one there for Mr. Mahoney. Robert Kripe, Chris Bailey. Bailey goes through the process once again. He'll roll through the staging beams there on the right-hand side. The Baileys, High Performance, Dodge Demon out of Fort Worth. Robert Kripe alongside North Tustin, California. So Robert Kripe will drive it on through 1096 at 96 miles an hour. Chris Bailey will be backed off. We will reset the tree. Bailey will stage and go. At least that's the plan. Just a little too much there trying to put to the ground. Not sure if he spun the tire or if he actually zinged something in the drivetrain. The way people walking out there does not look good.
parts on the road.
Here's Bo Gentile. Kind of sort of had the same result as Mr. Bailey. That's not good. Meantime, Jody Jarvis drives it out to a 9 flat at 149. And looks like some shiny stuff behind the car there. That is, well, that's not good. Or as they say, traction is not an issue.
No issue.
So anyway, you should come. And
When is it?
it's February,
Oh, it's that close. Maybe so.
yeah.
I think Sue Ellen's coming down near the end of the month for a month, about 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So I'll just have to get a date.
Yeah, so it's like February 12th through the 17th, something like that.
Perfect.
Yeah. And when they run it, it's Monday through Friday. So they do have a test day on Sunday
Right.
to start things out. And
Well, where do they go?
that's like, so for Sick Week, starts in Orlando,
Right.
then Bradenton,
Right.
South Georgia Motorsports Park,
Right.
Gainesville,
Back and back down.
and then Orlando.
Back over here.
Yeah.
I've never been happy with it.
Oh, it's a shithole.
Yeah, I don't like the traffic. You can't get in or out once it gets loaded.
Jessica Sipple and Chris Elanowitz to the top end.
Look at that, 11:18, 11:30.
11:30 on the left at 122 for Jessica. Chris goes 11:18, also at 122 miles per hour. Mike Mulder will make the single pass coming up. Here's Mike Mulder, 892 at 153 miles an hour. That's a nice looking lap there for Mike Mulder.
But it packs a punch. There was your selling point. It was.
Hurry up, she's gonna drive by you. You gotta come back around. You want the 975? He's the one that said it.
Will Dugas bringing the Viper back up. Made a 6-second, 215-mile-an-hour pass earlier today, which is good news after having not so good of a Friday.
Didn't that gray one have a wing on it earlier? Right there.
So the pre-run check just about complete. Air pressure check on the rear tires. Again with the back hatch open to clear out some of the burnout, all the smoke that gathered there in that very tiny cockpit. Will Dugas. Window latched. Rachel out in front, bringing him in the beams. Will we see another 6-second pass? Conditions certainly seem to be right. A little too hot coming off the starting line. You saw the tire spin there, so he'll just drive it on down. Turning the tire before getting to the 60-foot. 1689 at 68 miles per hour. So we might see Will come back up and make another attempt, not sure. Still have a little less than an hour and a half until our 10 o'clock shutdown. And those staging lanes are still open. Another Viper here. This is Aaron Miller. And yes, when you saw it the last time, it had a wing on it. And this time it do not.
Because there's not, there's under.
I was already dying laughing, then I came over here and she said that, and I was just,
Flat out joy.
Here's Aaron Miller out of Aubrey, Texas. I guess Aubrey, Texas must be the Viper capital of the world. 3 out of 3. I don't even know how many Vipers are still in existence. It was pretty heartbreaking to read the story about Chrysler Corporation. You know, when they ended one of their training programs, they went out and collected 39 Vipers and sent them to the car crusher.
He toasted the tires too. Yeah, you know they. I think one of the articles I read recently had like they sold like one of the cars that they sold this year, 2022, was a Viper, a brand new Viper.
They built one?
No, not that they built it. that a new Viper, it might have been from whenever the last time, but it was actually sold by a dealer.
Oh, really?
Maybe it
so
was
there
just
was
saying
one
it-
still in inventory,
Yeah, or something
stuck
like that.
in the back of the warehouse.
There's an article out there that said something like that, but it was just one of the weird things that was sold in 2022.
So if you're looking at an odd time ticket, how about a 1386 at 151 mile an hour? That's long things that make you go. That's one of them.
Yep. So I had a friend send me the information that the Cobra ran the 0 to 100 to 0 in 13.8 seconds, is what they said.
0 to 100 to 0
Right? In 13.8.
in 13. That is,
13.8 seconds.
you think about that, that's something. That's doing something.
Well, here you go. And that Cobra was what? All of maybe 2,000 pounds?
True,
Maybe
true.
2,500 pounds? Now, both of them, spun tires, maybe.
So Jim Schmettinger, not too sure if everything is still hooked up. He's going to back up, or he's putting it in park, or he has stopped on the racetrack about the 330-foot mark. Tom Cassabaum will drive it on through
Yep.
to a 1940 at 46. So you were talking about the Cobra.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't know how much they weigh, but I can't. I wouldn't think that they would weigh too much more than 2,500 pounds. You know, maybe 3,000 at the most. A little while ago, I ran at a 4,685 pound Demon 0 through the 8th mile at 109 miles an hour. And the 8th mile was 6:30.
Correct.
Right.
Yes, I remember this. Yes.
Right. So I'm really curious how we could time a Demon. I want to see if there's a way to time a Demon from 0 to 100 to 0, if we could do it with the timing system on the track. Can we, or that's all got to be done by radar?
I think it's got to be done by radar, because you'd have to be running that 100 mile an hour right at the 660 mark, right?
Right.
So
I know that the Demon, if I slam it on brakes, that hang tight.
okay. Attention out there in the pit area and on the grounds. As you've been observing over the last 15 or 20 minutes, conditions are kind of changing out there on the racetrack, and we're getting a little less and less comfortable that the track is holding temperature and able to hold these higher horsepower cars. So we're just going to be straight up with you. We're going to end tonight's program at 9 o'clock. That is 14 minutes from now. So you may want to get one more pass in, and that's fine. But we're going to call it a little bit earlier. So at 9 o'clock tonight, we will be done for the day. Don't worry, tomorrow morning. We'll have plenty of opportunity to run cars tomorrow. But kind of in the interest of everything that's happening out there on the racetrack. And just as a side note, we got a little bit of equipment maintenance that we need to get done, which is going to take some of the personnel out of the loop. But 9 o'clock is going to be it. That is 14 minutes from now. The magic clock on the wall says 8:46, or 8:47, so 13 minutes, lucky 13 minutes. So if you want one last pass, bring them up to the staging lanes. We will close the lanes at 8:55 with an anticipated stop time of 9 o'clock, and then we will hit it bright and early once again tomorrow. Todd Bruckman, Clay Schmeisser is what the computer says, but that is not right. How about Scott Williams and Robert Kripe? Top end says Scott Williams with a 970 at 141. Robert Kripe, 1072 at 123. We're going to call it a night here at 9 o'clock. That is 12 minutes from now. Conditions are pretty good, but they're also right on the edge. So with discretion being the better part of valor, we will hit it hard tomorrow. Gates open at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Drivers meeting will be at 8. We'll be on track at 9 o'clock or as close to it as we can, depending on track conditions, but we should be able to go bright and early at 9. And we've got plenty going on tomorrow, including our award ceremony over the lunch hour, elimination rounds for our 4 different races, plus plenty of test and tune time on Sunday. Jody Otwell, 1036 at 130. Chris Shaver, 856 at 163. Rick Spillman back up here once again. Not going to see that 896 that he was looking for on that pass. .2160 at 52. Mike Mahoney and Rob Kripe. Mahoney, that's the white one on the left. Rob Kripe, that's the blue one on the right.
The Cobra was 2,300.
Hang it in there. Top end, Mahoney getting there first, 977 at 139 miles an hour. Rob Kripe, 1114 at 93, off of the throttle at the top end. Scott Williams comes up to make a single. For Scott Williams, 969 at 141 miles per hour. Here's Chris Jowanowitz, Luke Matthews. Luke, a year ago, I was jokingly referring to him as Racer X. I think that's actually Luke standing outside the car, putting somebody else in the seat tonight.
Yep.
But Luke was driving Walter Warner's car last year, now here with his own ride out of Ohio. Yeah, spun the tire a little bit there. Jowanowicz, 11-12 at 123 miles an hour. Nice idling pass over here on the right. Got to make sure he's clear at the top end of the track before we can send another one down. James Olson and Mike Mahoney. Olson gets there first, left side. 974 at 149 miles an hour for James Olson. Mike Mahoney, 975 at 139.
Next one up, that's Kripe, is that? That's Kristen. Kristen driving.
Ah, Kristen Kripe driving the car. Over here on the right-hand side. Kristen going to make a single over here on the right. It's like Kristen's just fine making a lap there. And clicks it off a little bit early. You hear this engine go silent, 1060 at 106 miles per hour. Final pass is coming up as we will go ahead and close the staging lanes. The staging lanes are now closed. If anybody's back there, we'll go ahead and run them out. And once that's done, we are done for the evening. Scott Williams pulls up. Williams on a nice stout pass there. 968 at 141 miles an hour for Scott Williams. Once again, staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed. James Olson going to make one more pass here before we call it a night. And at the finish line, it looks like a 977 left side for Mahoney, 139 for the speed. Right side, 940 at 149. And I believe with that, we are finished. Staging lanes have been closed. Kristen's going to head back. So with that, folks, we are done for the evening. Thank you all for participating today, day 2 of the Legion Racing Fastest Mopars on Earth event here at Houston Raceway. We've had a great day and a great weekend, lots of records and personal bests out there. We sure appreciate each and every one of you, your cooperation. Hopefully you've had a good weekend so far. Tomorrow we'll wrap it up with Elimination Sunday, along with our award ceremony and plenty of test and tune opportunities here on what will be a gorgeous Sunday here in Houston. So on behalf of everybody, Tim Godby and SE and Grayson and everybody that's part of the Legion of Demons, Legion of Mopars team, and for Austin Hayward and the Houston Raceway staff, thank you very much. We appreciate your support. Have a great evening. Be careful of whatever you're going to do tonight. And we'll see you bright and early again tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock. Gates open, drivers meeting at 8. 2 cars in the water box at 9 a.m. Have a great night, everybody.